Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to RaceSpot TV for the third of four group sessions for the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. Will Benson, along with Rachel Whiteford and Katie Scott, as we are just about 5 minutes away from going racing here on RaceSpot TV. And we've got qualifying underway right now, and they can see qualifying times as they stand. Gregor Hutu, representing Club Finland, is leading the charge. And we've got ourselves 5 different clubs represented here today. We got Club Finland, Club Iberia, Club Northwest, Club Scandinavia, and Club West, all looking to do battle to get themselves one guaranteed entry into the 2014 World Cup of iRacing final. The team that comes second, there is still a chance for them to get the wildcard position. However, to do that, they need to score more points than Club Australia-New Zealand, who did their stuff a little bit earlier on today. So then, as qualifying continues to roll on, Rachel, great to have you back here on RaceSpot TV. Plenty to talk about. We've had 2 sessions done so far. We still got another 2 to go. We are the first one of them, and well, we're going to have a lot more action over the course of today.
Oh, hi, Will. It's great to be back, and I think we're definitely going to have some action today. We have some of the biggest names in sim racing in this individual race alone. Well, even in Club Finland we have some of the biggest names in sim racing, but this is going to be exciting. Club West, Northwest, very fast American teams. Scandinavia and Finland, they're quick. Iberia, always one to watch, Will.
Yeah, I think Iberia really could be the dark horse in today's event. Many people are expecting Club Finland to really be the ones to shine, as we're having a look at Alexi Usiakola for Club Finland, just doing his stuff on pit road. You've also got Jere Sapala currently scored on the racetrack right now as we ride along board with him as he works himself down in towards turn number 3. Now, the format for today's event, there will be an over race that will be taking place in this, the Chevrolet Silverado at Kentucky Speedway, which has got banking of 14 degrees. We're running it under the days today. And then a little bit later on, Rachel, we head to Road Atlanta in the Roof C-Spec for some road course action. Combine the points together, the winner is the team with the most at the end.
Yeah, absolutely, Will. And of course, both sides equally important to the overall team fight. And to this first race, it's a surprisingly tough one. Daytime, of course, this race is taking place during the day. This track is really better at night, and in the day it's really tight. It pushes a lot, and these guys are going to have a real hard time on their tyres with this race. It's going to be a lot of work just to keep them alive. Of course, 90-lap race, you're talking maybe 1, maybe 2 stops depending on cautions and how they fall. This one, I say, will be even harder than the road race, because Road Atlanta, C-Spec, that's a great combination, and a damn sight less pushy.
Yeah, as we're having a look now at the Iberia car of Miguel Gomez, currently scored in the 24th position as he moves himself up into 13th place there. Your top 15 drivers separated by less than half a second here at Kentucky Speedway. As I say, is a track which runs better in the night time, just as Rachel said. In the day, it is incredibly tight. Just 14 degrees of banking, one of the shallowest of, in fact, now it is the shallowest of all the 1.5 mile tracks that NASCAR go to. Previously used to be Kansas Speedway, but now it is Kentucky. As you see Gomez pushing right up to the wall there out of corner number 4, brings it back down below that yellow line, and of course running NASCAR rules here, which means that it doesn't matter if you go below that yellow line, you are allowed to do so. This track has hosted both IndyCar racing, NASCAR Nationwide Series racing, truck racing, and of course Sprint Cup action. And Rachel, this is a tough old track. It's a D-shape oval, a pure D in comparison to things like Charlotte Motor Speedway, Atlanta Motor Speedway, and Texas Motor Speedway. And what that means is that you're really turning that car, hassling that car on the front trolley the same way you would do at somewhere like Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Yeah, totally. It's a very tough circuit. It's quite a short, well, I'd say short, it's 1.5 miles. It feels shorter. You are braking into both corners. I put countless hours in here this week with the Club UK&I guys who ran in Group B earlier today. It's a hard track, and you are really leaning on those tyres. The car gets so tight in the corners. It's worst in 1 and 2 because it's slightly higher banking, slightly tighter. 3 and 4 slightly lower banking, which means the truck wants to wash out a bit more. So you kind of got to hold it in there. You don't want to get too low though, because it gets very loose on the bottom. So I expect to see a lot of guys running that first lane above the bottom one, or the second lane if you want to be categorical. But sorry, got my words mixed up there. But no, it's a track where you run a slightly different line to the classic, shall we say, in wide, low, middle, out wide. And turn 2, expect to see a lot of action there because the trucks get very loose off 2.
Well, looks as though that qualifying is pretty much done. You can see that we have Yoni Nestampo just getting himself, I don't know the easiest way of saying this, Rachel, just getting himself a couple of practice starts, getting up and down the gears there. Always what you want to do if you've got a couple of spare moments, go and practice the things that are going to be important, getting on and off the pit road. The Group A race earlier today ran green the entire time. This track, some people thought it was going to be filled with cautions. The Group A drivers this morning showed that isn't necessarily going to be the case. What it means is that these guys can gain or lose a lot of time through strategy, and also we're getting on and off the pit road incredibly well.
Yeah, and pit road here, expect it to take about 32 seconds from entering pit road to getting back out on that track. So it is the guts of a lap. Well, so these guys are going to be expecting, their team will obviously behind them, be looking at openings in the track in clean air. You're expecting this to be about 1 lap. So the guy who is behind you when you go into the pits will be the guy you're trying to get out of in front of when you come out. So people losing 1 lap on the pit cycle, of course, that will cycle round unless we get a caution. But it's a very fast pit road, fast entry, very easy to mess it up, but very tight exit, no apron to run on to go around to the back straight. You're coming straight back out on that track. But as we said, people running on that second lane, you can go out on the bottom lane, get it around pretty well, keep moving. Pitting, green flag especially, very hard. Restarts here though, with the weather we have, expect a lot of tyre spinning if people do not take tyres. So things could get very exciting very quickly.
We'll have a look at points coming down into this event. You'll see that in Group A, it is Club Diach who leads the way. Australia, New Zealand currently have the wild card, and then you have a list of the clubs that are out, confirmed already. Asia Club, Central Eastern Europe, and Club France. Now, we haven't got all the latest up-to-date Group B results. However, we do know that coming into the event, it was actually Club UK and Ireland who were leading the way. We'll get confirmation of that one. It was Club UK and Ireland from Brazil, from New York, from Canada, from Club Italia. We will get information on that one as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, to run through your stunning results for this, the first of today's events here on RaceSpot TV. It is going to be starting on pole position. Gregor Hutu representing Club Finland, as it is a Finland front and second row lockout. With Timo Ivanen in second, Alexi Usiakoda in third, Yersapala in fourth, and then also Alexia Luma running out the top 5. Then you've got Iberia in P6 and 7 with Jordi Kestemund and Albert Grispert Falugas, and then your first Club Scandinavia driver with Linus Bronstorm in the 8th position. Yoni Mistampo in 9, the inside of row number 5, and Brian Barnes of Club Northwest in the 10th position. Row number 6, Fausto Bessa Gomez and Marcus Johansson. Then the rest of qualifying coming up on your screen with Miguel Gomez and Drew Lalonde in row number 17, Evangelos Matrois and Carl Burke in row number 8, William Fletcher, Robert Engelman in row 9, Klaus Winther and Anton Offman rounding out your top 20. A lot of names here, Rachel. A lot of people looking to represent their club, but we know on oval racing that especially at a track like this, one wrong move, it could well be game over for your entire team.
Yeah, one wrong move can end up in, well, 20 upset people. But of course, these guys putting down some pretty good lap times here, Will. Just a point of information I have through, the qualifying times from Club Finland alone are faster than that of Club Diach, of course, who won Group A earlier.
And that'll be something to pay attention to over the course of this, well, next week and a half or so now, because we, of course, have got the World Cup finals here on RaceSpot TV in just 7 days' time. Cars currently lining themselves off the racetrack then to get themselves running here on RaceSpot TV for the first of 2 events that will make up today's competition. A little bit later on, we will go road course racing. But first, we've got to get them going in the day here, and you can see 2 rows of Club Finland that mark your front 2 rows here at Kentucky Speedway. We are set to go racing. We are working ourselves behind the iRacing.com first safety car. That will go in at the conclusion of this lap, and there you can see your field as they work themselves down the back straightaway, down towards turn number 3 and 4. As I said earlier, the Club A race went green, light to flag. We've got 2 other races going on at the same time, a second and third split. We'll keep you updated on them throughout the course of the afternoon, but ladies and gentlemen, you're watching RaceSpot TV. Welcome to coverage of the third of 4 group tournament stages. Pace car is in, and the oval race for Group C will start right now. Good run out front then as these cars work themselves down towards turn number 1 and 2 for the first time. Hutu with the early advantage, and it looks as though this field is trying to get themselves single file, Rachel.
Yeah, pretty good start there. Obviously, everyone getting organised. So we see there the freight train of Club Finland up front. 5 cars, single line. It's like watching a bobsled team, Will.
Right, getting on board with Marcus Johansson right there in the thick of the action as they work themselves out of corner number 4. They are almost 4 wide. They are 2 wide, 2 deep, and Johansson is in the midst of an Iberia car, 2 Scandinavia cars, and a Northwest car as they work themselves down towards 1 and 2 once again. Just ahead of them, it is still 5 Club Finland cars in a row, and then your first non-finished driver is Albert Gisbert Falugas. He is running himself in the 6th position as we have a look from his rear coming down in towards 3 and 4, Rachel.
Yeah, they're going 3 wide again as we have the 71 of Linus Brodström is in the middle there, just backed out number 4 of Brian Barnes. Yeah, these guys are in the thick of it here. Obviously, this is where I think we're going to see the real fight. Club Finland, they know this is about points. It's not individual glory. Expect to see those 5 cars change order. I don't think we're going to expect to see anyone actually catch them unless something drastically goes wrong. But this is where the meat of the fight is going to be. 6th place back. Of course, we're looking now. We have Albert Gisbert Falgas, I believe his name is. I apologise if I got that wrong. Is in 6th place, leading Club Iberia. One of his teammates behind him there. And we're now looking at, of course, 71 just got out in front there, Linus Brodström. He's pretty quick, and he's actually was far out of place in qualifying compared to his teammates. Well,
Indeed so, as we're working ourselves here. And a good little scrap. These things are getting single file now. You see the number 4 Northwest car of Brian Burns trying to look to the outside of the number 137 of Marcus Johansson. Johansson, in turn, now looking down to the inside of Yanni Mestampo as they work themselves back down in towards 3 and 4 as they now ride on board there with Johansson in the number 137 car. There you can see the car he's trying to hunt down the 00 representing Club Iberia as they come down in towards turn number 1 and 2 again. Now, one of the issues of this racetrack, Rachel, it's not like Texas or Charlotte. You cannot dive it down to the inside and hope that it's going to stick. These cars will definitely push.
Oh, we have a car in the wall. 71 of Brandstrom just slapping that wall in the exit of 2 there. That's going to hurt him badly, Will.
Yeah, and you can see already the 00 car looking down to his inside. They're going to be too wide as they work through turn number 3 and 4. They'll come out of the corner. And these guys now, you see, there's a little bit of right front damage to that number 71 car. Not too much of it on my screen right now. But for Brimstone, this is going to hurt the handling of his car. Not necessarily now, but in about maybe 10-15 laps time. You can just see it actually on our onboard shot, just on the right-hand side, just crinkled up a bit.
See, now you say that, Will, but from what I've seen this week in practice, a little bit of right front damage actually helps his car turn. It helps correct how tight it is. You know, in the Sprint Cup series, they're all bending out their side skirts, trying to get some aerodynamic difference. For some reason, it seems to do the same in this car at this track, so could be an issue, might not be. I've seen cars with far worse damage than him get further up as we see him now getting underneath that 33 car there. Yes, that is the 33 car. That's Gomez. So they're not hurting him too badly. But no, this track is nothing like Texas. Of course, Texas, you're lifting off, you're coasting the corner, you're back on. It's a rhythm track. You have to get up on that wheel and drive at Kentucky. This is a hard mile and a half. Anybody who thinks they're all the same, they're wrong.
Running on board with William Fletcher and the number 28 car. To the left-hand side of him, he has got a Club Scandinavia car of Chris Beck. They continue to rate. In fact, no, I bet that's Klaus Winter, who is down to his inside and will pass him as they work themselves back through turns number 1 and 2. And every point matters. We've already talked about that one, Rachel. Every point really does matter. So some of these guys, this stage of the race, they're just going to let it settle down. Later on, they are going to be pushing like there is no tomorrow as we ride from the rear of Klaus Winter.
Yeah, absolutely. With everybody, with so many powerful clubs in this group, Will, every single point is going to be vital. We've had some rounds where maybe some slightly weaker teams or teams with perhaps poorer attendance have really suffered. There's been big gaps. But here, big attendance, powerful, big powerhouse teams known for their prowess. It's going to come down to individual points.
Out front, it is Gregor Hutu who leads the way from Alexei Usiakola by about 4 tenths of a second. And it is still Club Finland 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you can see the gap between Jakola and Ivanen. Then from Ivanen back to Aloma, and then Aloma to Yara Sapala. Now, as I said, your first non-finished driver already, Rachel, is separated by 3 seconds from your race leader. There you see him. That is Jordi Customont, and he is already almost 5 seconds back now from your overall race lead.
Yeah, this is incredible. We're 10 laps into this 90-lap event here at Kentucky Motor Speedway, and yeah, the first non-finished car is 5 seconds off the Finns. This is incredible, and they're still nose to tail. Those guys, for some reason, are amazing at racing anything, and it's just impressive to see such a domination early in the race. Of course, we don't know what's going to happen with tyre wear. I think that's going to become more of a factor in about 20 laps. But we'll see. You know, things will evolve. The race does evolve as different people get onto different strategies. We're 90 laps, of course, which means realistically you can stop at about lap 45. You can make a stop, in fact, anywhere from lap 30 to the end because the fuel is enough. But of course, stopping on lap 30, your tyres will be destroyed by the end. Make it about 45 laps. Things are a lot more balanced. Push it later, that first stint, you lose so much actual track position and ground that it's not going to be worth it. So I think we should expect a pit window here between 40 and maybe 50 laps.
Having a look on board with Brian Barnes in the Club Northwest car as he is in this huge gangler train that goes all the way from about P number 9 down to about P15 on the racetrack. You've got Barnes, Mestampo, Falugos, Gomez, Burke, Gomez, and England, all very closely separated on the racetrack. At the very rear, you've got a couple of the Club Scandinavia drivers. They're running outside of at the very rear of your top 20. They are Voltris and Winther. You've also got Fletcher there as well. As far as overall points will go, unless there's any substantial issues, then it very well could be a Finland 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But for the rest of these guys, they know that they need to run for basically wildcard points. And I mean, anything can happen in the course of this race. One of the Finnish drivers could tangle up with a teammate. Lap traffic could come into play. Strategy could very easily come into play as Johansson. As you've got a Northwest car, Brian Barnes down his inside. Barnes will complete that pass. And a good start actually by Barnes. Now one spot from where he started after falling back in the early going. But you've got to race at every point, Rachel. But for some of these people, it's racing for wildcard points, specifically trying to upset Club Australia, New Zealand, who last year very close to making the finals. This year, they are on the bubble again for the second year in a row.
It is, and it seems that a lot of teams are having a real struggle in getting participation for this series. Of course, we have had issues this weekend with other series like the Masters of Endurance, the Pro Series, so a lot of the fastest drivers clubs have available aren't actually around now. And for some reason, it always does seem to suffer a little in participation, that we don't really get people as interested. Certain clubs manage to get people to turn out, others not so much. And I think that's a real shame, because we have a real interesting series in the World Cup. And it'd be really nice to see a fair representative example of the best people against the best people per club. Because it's a thing of solidarity. We're all coming together to race, and that's all that's important. And I hate seeing teams like Australia, who have a lot of talent, a lot of grit, and a great racing personality, suffering because of participation.
As Johnny Mistampo there, just making himself past Marcus Johansson, moving himself up into the 9th position on the racetrack as we are ticking off the laps. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 90-lap race here. Unfortunately, our ticker is not showing this properly for some reason, but it is a 90-lap race which must be done within an hour and a 40-minute period. So we will keep you up to date with exactly what lap we're on. If we do get the chance to go to a commercial break, we will try and get this one sorted out for you. However, it's still Hutu leading from Yakola, from Evelyn, from Alona, from Sapana, and Kesabimont, as we are just continuing to tick these laps away. And it does seem to be that all of these guys are now content to just ride in line for the time being. We've got a little bit of side-by-side racing with Barnes now on Lindstrom. Barnes is on the move here, Rachel.
Yeah, he's driving really well today. Of course, now moving up from his starting position of 10th. He's looking at taking out 7th place off Brodstrom, and might do it, but Brodstrom, of course, bit of damage, but it's been running well. He's not going to give that one up easily well. Also, I've just been told by the crew here, we have a yellow flag in split 2, so that could possibly, depending on who's involved, affect what happens here.
Indeed, sir, and some of these drivers will know, of course, that if their teammates get hurt, then it might be an incentive for them to push a little harder, try and make up some lost ground. We'll get you an update on what is going on in split 2 as soon as we possibly can, as we continue to stick with the mid-pack here. A little bit further back, by the way, you can see down to the inside, the 251 car of the 93, that is Scandinavia's Anton Ullman, as he tries to get himself past Albert Gisbert-Falugas in this battle for the 15th position, riding on board then with the 251 car.
Yeah, he's looking to move forward, Will. That car's been pretty quick so far today, and expect him to go up a couple of positions. Of course, you know, right now sitting in 16th. Of course, we're only 20 laps into this run. He seems to be maintaining his lap times from the start more than one or two of the others around him.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can keep in contact with us on Twitter all race long. Use the hashtag iRacingWorldCup to get your thoughts, questions, anything involved in that. We'll answer the first one that came up. Why does Club Scandinavia not have a flag, but instead someone looking as though he's kissing an animal? Well, that's actually the Club Scandinavia logo. The issue, Rachel, is that some of these clubs are part of one country, like Finland. For Iberia, it's very easy to merge two flags together. When you get to multiple clubs like Scandinavia, it's almost impossible to get all the flags working together.
Yeah, sorry, Will, what did you say? Someone kissing a...
An animal.
Somebody kissing an animal? Well,
It's a wolf.
just in case people haven't noticed, look, Club Scandinavia has a Viking on their emblem.
Yes, but you're not looking at my overlay here, are you?
That is true.
Go and put the broadcast on, you'll see what I mean.
But of course, yeah, Club Scandinavia is one of them. Club Asia, imagine how hard that would be to get a logo. They must have the greatest debates. UK and Ireland, of course, another one. Now, most people obviously just see UK and Ireland, but you have to realise that's 5 individual nations.
Well,
England,
don't forget
Ireland,
the Isle of Man.
Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, yeah, and the Isle
There's
of
a
Man.
little bit of
others,
contact
so-
just there, actually, between Oman and Falugas, as they've been battling. In fact, Oman and Delond, actually, they just made a little bit of contact down in 3 and 4. I just saw it at the rear of my screen there. Wonder if we can get ourselves a replay of that one. It wasn't that substantial, but Rachel, it was that sort of thing. You do that enough times, someone will eventually get turned around.
Absolutely will. enough little taps and it could result in a big spin. Just an update though, Brian Barnes, our Club Northwest lead man, up from 10th place. He's now sitting in 6th, having passed Casimund.
Wow, so Brian Barnes is continuing his journey on the move then. We'll just have a look to see where he's been so far in this event today. He started in 11th position, 10th position even. He dropped back at the start to 11th, now running himself in the 6th position. The thing is though, Rachel, he is, what, 8.2 seconds back from the person who's next up on the road, which is the first of the Club Finland drivers. That is outstanding stuff.
Yeah, he is, we can safely say, the best of the rest, because Finland, for some reason, seems to breed fast people. And I'm constantly amazed by seeing this. In everything they do, they are always...
Oh, Brian Barnes hits the wall there out of corner number 2.
Big contact.
That was pretty big. Now, you've got to be careful down into 3 and 4. After clobbering the wall, getting yourself a Darlington stripe, is your car then going to start slowing down? What will happen to him? You can see that he's still carrying on to be ahead of Castamon as they continue to battle for P6 on the racetrack. That cost him about half a second. We have a look from the rear of him as they work themselves back down in towards 1 and 2. But Rachel, that was almost heartbreak there for Club Northwest, who have been, arguably, this is the one that they need to win or get as many points as possible, because we know Northwest...
Oh, big loose moment there, and that is the number 37, 137, I apologise.
Of Johansson.
Of Johansson, yeah. Big wiggle out of turn 2. I did say earlier, very easy to get that truck loose, exiting 2. And he does it, but he makes a great save there, Will. As you see, Bronstrom looking to regain a place he had lost. Although, if the damage on Bronstrom's anything to go by, we could unfortunately see Barnes going backwards.
But also, you've got Gomez right there, who's right behind 2 Scandinavia cars. As we've got a little bit of lap traffic coming to play as well. That, I believe, is Sean Bagby. As these guys continue to circulate on the racetrack. Now, we're having a look on board now with Gomez
Bagby's
in the
in the
Iberia
wall.
car. So we had another car in the wall. I just want to stay with this for one moment, because Gomez has got 2 Scandinavia cars ahead of them. Both are beaten up. It does look as though, though, that Gomez has struggled to get past one of these Scandinavia cars. They're not running blocking lines or anything. It's just that defensive line. You get 2 drivers running that together here, Rachel. It does look as though it can be very difficult for people to get past.
It can, and that draft is a very big factor here at Kentucky. You wouldn't believe it, but it is. And 2 cars running in that draft, they get a lot faster, a lot harder to pass them. And especially trying to get faster than 2 cars running in a draft is very difficult. Of course, with how much these cars push in the corners here, it's also very difficult to get an undercut in the corner to make that pass. You almost have to get alongside them out the straight, get a better exit, and take the line away from them and force them higher. With 2 cars of the same team ahead of you, I would expect it to be very, very difficult to have a consistent ability to get underneath someone and past.
Having a look then from your race leader to 2nd place, it's Gregor Hutu from Alexei Usiakola. Now, of course, Gregor Hutu is a 4-time iRacing.com world champion. Alexei Usiakola won a race this year, also in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. These 2 drivers are driving on, and if they're doing this on the oval, Rachel, where we expected potentially West, maybe Club Northwest, or even Scandinavia to perhaps do an upset. If they're doing this now, and then we've got drivers, 4 of whom have run in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series coming up, what hope does anyone else have in this event?
I don't think many people do. Club Finland.
In this
and
tournament stage, we won't go too far ahead.
No, I'm sounding like a bit of a fan here, but I'm constantly blown away with how fast and consistent the Finns are. It's incredible. We say it in the real world of racing, and in sim racing, it's exactly the same. Of course, we have Hutu, UC Akola, and Aloma in this race. Those guys are DWC drivers. They are some of the best in sim racing. And apparently, it's not just limited to high downforce open wheel cars, because they are wheeling those trucks possibly better than people in the real Camping World Truck Series.
Well then, just working ourselves, continuing here, and let's just a look at the last lap there for Gregor Hutu. Last lap, a 33.2, fast lap of a 32.7. Now, let's take this guy, Brian Barnes, who is the best of the rest so far. Fastest lap of a 33.0, last lap of a 33.5. 3 tenths of a second slower every single lap, and under pressure now from Yoni Mistampo. Mistampo's kind of worked himself now gently through the field, Rachel. And I think that Mistampo looking to now make himself the best of the rest. As low as 11th, starting 9th, running on board with him. After a bit of a wiggle early on, he's back into the groove.
Yeah, it's very difficult to get that rhythm back, especially when you get that death wiggle in the car. And nice recovery there to get it moving again.
As they see Mistampo not quite close enough to make the pass in towards turn number 3 and 4, but we stick with them in this battle for 7, and just behind actually you can see that you've got yourself a nice little scrap going on between Jordi Kastemont and Marcus Johansson. This is a battle for P8 on the racetrack, as you're having a look at Johansson battle 10.5 of a second, a gap between these two guys right now as they work themselves back down in towards 1 and 2. Having a look at the rear then from Johansson to Kastemont, and it's very close between, I think, Iberia and for Scandinavia. And I'm thinking, Rachel, that the issue here is that these two clubs are so closely separated. There's no clear second place team, as Barnes loses that position there to Mistampo. I don't think that either of these teams will get the wild card as it stands, because in the Group A race earlier, Australia and New Zealand were clearly the second fastest team. Here, we have no such denomination.
No, at least on the oval side we don't, Will, but on the road we could well do. Of course, Club Iberia, very, very quick on the road. Scandinavia, possibly, but it's not as close as we see here on the oval, where they are basically interspersed with one another. That really screws them for the points, because there's no clear advantage in terms of point basis that they're going to get. The way it's looking right now, it's looking like Iberia have a slight edge, but we are just approaching our pit cycle, so things are about to get interesting, Will.
Yeah, whilst we have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, we will step aside for just one moment, and we'll be back. We're continuing coverage here from RaceSpot TV. You won't miss a moment. We'll be just right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 to Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. The race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke for the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just gone under caution. We're going to get ourselves a replay of that right away. Try and figure out what happened there. Rachel, our first caution of the day. Take us through it.
Okay, just watching on board here is the 25 car of Robert Engelman from, I believe, that is Club West. Of course, Robert Engelman there, he's coming through turn 1 and 2. He's got the number 31 and 25 is inside. And it's, of course, that treacherous exit from turn 2, Will. As they come through there, Engelman gets a little bit loose. He gets slow behind that Scandinavia car, hitting the wall, and he comes across the nose of that 31. Of course, the 31 car of Drew Lalonde, and game over.
And there you see, just coming out of corner number 2, there you can see, taking a Northwest car with him, and that is always bad when you take out someone of a similar club to you there. So number 25 Northwest car and a West car out here in the early going. And the number 25 car of Robert Engelman out, and you've also got a Northwest car out as well. We'll go back to the live action because pit road will be open this time by our first caution of the day. And here you can see Gregor Hutu bringing the field down towards pit road, Rachel.
Yeah, of course, Hutu there heading in for his stop. We're going to keep the camera on him and see exactly how well he does this. Of course, it's under caution, not quite as fast as the green flag stop, but it's all still vital for track position.
So then, let's have a look at Gregor Hutu. Of course, he is the 4-time iRacing.com world champion of road racing. Into his pit box then. He's going to get himself probably 4 tyres, you think, Rachel? We've had a long enough stint here. Everyone will likely take 4 tyres.
Long enough stint, Will? This caution comes out at a perfectly opportune time. What did I say earlier? Between lap 40 and lap 50. We're on lap 43.
And we had one driver beat Hutu out there. That was Albert Gisbert Falugas. I think he overshot his pit stall, however. He didn't get a pit time. He drove through pit road. So I'm just having a look. No pit time for him. We probably expect to see him back onto pit road next time by. But Hutu does lead drivers out. Then it's Yakola, Eloma, Sapera, Evenham. So the top 5 finished drivers came out in the top 5 with the exception of Falugas. I want to keep an eye out on him because, of course, he's got a pretty beat up race car right now. I'm wondering whether he just missed his pit stall.
I think he could well have done, Will. Of course, we'll have to take this opportunity now, we're under caution, to mention some results are in because the Group B final results are in. The results are as follows. 1,074 points go to Club UK and Ireland in P1, Club Brazil in second with 800, Club Italia is in third with 384, Club New York 341, Club Canada 318. And you know what that means, Will? 800 points from Brazil. They cannot take that wildcard spot off Australia. Brazil are out.
That's a big thing.
Big points. Yeah, big points difference though. Difference between Australia and DH in Group A was 270 points. Difference in Group A, 274 is the difference between Brazil and UK and Ireland. So the current actual leader so far after 2 complete rounds is UK and Ireland, Will.
And we'll... Do you want to run through those points again, please? Just for my benefit, if nothing else.
So that's UK and Ireland, 1,074.
Yep.
Brazil, 800. Italia, 384. New York, 341. Canada, 318.
And I have to say here, a very good showing, I think, by all of the clubs, especially some of the smaller clubs, like Club Canada, for example. who haven't really been represented very well in the years gone past. So it is great to see so many of these club Rachels really getting into the spirit of the World Cup of iRacing, and I think it's always nice to see as many clubs as possible take part.
It is, exactly, and it's great to see seeing equal participation on the road and oval. Although unfortunately for Club B, I think the only race that was full was the oval Group 1 race, Split 1, sorry, I should say, because every other race there were less drivers. Split 2 had 4 Brazilians, 3 Canadians and Americans, no Italians. The third split had 5 UK and I and 3 Brazilians, so even the big teams struggling, Will.
Yeah, and it's that thing, as always, some of these clubs will always struggle a little bit more just because of the depth of numbers within that club. But again, I think it's great to see so many drivers represented in the World Cup of iRacing. Next time we get the opportunity, we'll update the points and we'll show it to you on your screens. But we are set for a restart here at Kentucky Speedway. With how many laps complete, Rachel?
We're on lap 45, and let's not forget, Will, what do cautions breed?
Cautions!
They breed little cautions, lovely little new cautions. Let's see if they can get away with this one.
Yep, you can see, once again, it is 5 finished drivers leading the way here. But don't forget, we've got 3 split races. We'll give you an update after we settle down. Back to green flag racing here at Kentucky Speedway. Green flag back in the air. So there you see, we've got our lap count working, but Gregor Hutu leads away as they all come back down in towards turn number 1. Once again, Finland 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 behind, side-by-side racing with the number 33 car of Besta Gomez and Carl Berg, who's right along board with Carl Berg.
Yeah, great restart there, Will. The front, maybe 10 cars getting away perfectly. Like I mentioned earlier, it's like watching the bobsled race with Team Finland because they synchronize so perfectly and all slot into a single line entering turn 1. It's incredible to see. Good movement there, of course. We still have Carl Berg is the Club Northwest car that's Northwest. I'm speaking gibberish.
I'm going to catch
Northwest car.
Carl Berg running himself in the 7th position on the racetrack. Just ahead of him is Yoni Mistampo. Now, these guys have been battling pretty much all race longs. We're having a look from the rear then of Mistampo to Carl Berg. There you can see the gap visually. It's about 2 tenths of a second as they work themselves out of corner number 4 between Iberia's Mistampo and Northwest's Carl Berg. Come back down in towards turn number 1. And we know that Carl Berg struggled last time on the restart. Mistampo also to an extent. I think it's going to be very interesting to see these 2 drivers battle it out. Now we're back to green flag running, and just behind him as well, just see on my screen, Linus Bondstrom and Besta Gomez, they are battling for position. Again, it's Iberia battling with everyone, with Northwest and Scandinavia, as we ride along board now with Linus Bondstrom in the number 71 car.
Yeah, it looks like Brunstrom and Johansson bringing some Viking love to Gomez there in that number 33 car, because they are all over him, Will.
And now we've got ourselves a run through turn number 1 and 2 for Bondstrom, as we're now working ourselves on lap number 49 of 90 here at Kentucky Speedway. Nice little scraps going on. We'll get that ticker running once again along the top of your screen. And we have got drivers out of the race. We've got Drew Lalonde out of the race, as well as Robert Engelman. So one driver from Club West, one driver from Club Northwest. The rest of these drivers, actually, we've got Lalonde back on. Sorry,
I had a Club Finland car there, massively out of line in turn 1. Not even sure what happened to him there.
Well, you can see that you've got 4 of them right in a line right now. I believe that it was probably Alexei Yisiakoda, because you can see that Hutu now has a 1 second advantage over his nearest rival. And it was actually Aloma who's the one who got all wiggled out. There you can see Aloma captured himself in Team Evening. Now, I'm not sure why, but Alexei Aloma isn't running team colours in our screen for some reason.
I don't know what's wrong with yours, Will, but I could see him perfectly in team colours on mine. But they all seem blue to me.
Well, it's probably just my fault there, as Alexei Aloma still running himself in that 3rd position. Timo Evening running himself in the 4th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Finland as they complete lap number 51 of 90 here. A little bit further back, there you can see the battle between Carl Burke and Jonas Johansson, and you've also got Jani Mastampo there as well. A great little scrap for P6, P7, P8 on the racetrack. As down to the inside, look, Jonas Johansson, and Burke goes to cover off that position.
Yeah, great move there by, was that Johansson or Jonas? I don't know which one we're talking about, but...
As Johansson's actually now down to the inside, through 1 and 2, making a little bit of contact there with Carl Burke in that number 53 car. Both cars live to fight another day, but now you've got Forresto Bessa Gomez down to the inside of Johansson as they work themselves through turn number 3 and 4. Gomez isn't able to complete that pass on the inside line the first time around, but they'll remain side by side as they work themselves back down towards turn number 1.
Yeah, that's important, Will. You might not make the pass out of turn 4, but if you can get the car in position, you can have that inside line into turn 1, and that is where you'll often see drivers completing that pass. It could take half a lap, but it's worth it.
As Gomez does indeed just about complete that pass as they work themselves back down towards 3 and 4 once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got Katia Scott here as well, and she has been having a look at the second split race. And Katia, what's been going on over there?
Been all action in this race. We had a yellow around lap 15, which left one car quite far down the field, car number 8, Andreas Quintus, which is Quintana, sorry, which won the Iberians. But just now on lap 48, the second place car was just gently tapped, which was driven by Tommy Hackler for Finland. Was tapped by Sean Breitzman, went into a spin, then got tapped by Timo Tuika, so that's 2 Finns involved, and Tommy ended up in the wall. Timo might have taken some damage as well because he did the tap, and the Northwest driver managed to get away with it.
Well, I tell you what, last year that was the undoing for Club Finland, Katia. Drivers within that team having incidents with other drivers in that team. And that's really got to be something like Club Captain Jody Backman will have to sit these people down after this event before we get to the finals next week in the event that they qualify.
Oh, absolutely. And it was looking good for Finland. I mean, at one point they're running all 5, top 5. But Sean managed to get himself up to 3rd, and he just ran deeper into the corner than the Finn. It was just a very light tap on the back, and round he went.
We've got ourselves the biggest losers and gainers in this race. You can see Carl Burke is our biggest gainer inside the top 10. He is up 9 positions from where he starts. For Lucas, he's our biggest loser in the top 20. He is down 10 spots from where he started, Rachel, as there you see him up on your screen.
Yeah, Casademont is also really out of position, Will. Of course, he started 6th. He's down in 15th right now. That is not a good position for him.
And the Club Iberia car then working himself in the 17th position on the racetrack. Arguably not where he wants to go. Still a great scrap here between Iberia's Forresto Bessa Gomez, Linz Bindstrom from Club Scandinavia, and Marcus Johansson from Club Scandinavia as well. As we have a look from the rear then of the Club Iberia driver of Forresto Bessa Gomez as they work themselves back down towards turn number 1 and 2.
Yeah, you can see there Brandstrom's really starting to gain on him with the help of Johansson behind him. A little bit of draft, pushing those cars closer. A little bit of damage on the pair of the Scandinavian cars. This draft is helping them suck up to the back of Gomez. They might well start making a move in a couple of laps, Will.
Now, one interesting point here is that it is not as close as it was last time by. Yes, it's not been as many laps, but Sapala to Joni Mastampo, basically P5, the last of the Finnish drivers, to P6, the first of the Iberia drivers, is only 3 seconds on the racetrack. Now, the question is, Rachel, in the event that there's another caution, do you take 2 tyres? Do you take 4? Do you split your strategies? Because the last thing you want is for drivers on 2 tyres to get themselves a lot of wheel spin on a restart and cause you a world of issues.
Absolutely will, and restarts here with this weather are very slippery on old tyres. 2 tyres is a time advantage, of course, but it's really no advantage on track. The truck does not particularly like taking 2 at this track, and it's either 4 or nothing in my book. And if you take no tyres, and if everybody else takes tyres, you are going to lose out massively on the short run.
Having a look then on board with Gregor Hutu, the 4-time iRacing.com world champion. just completing a lap here as we complete 60 of 90 in the first of the World Cup events of today. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, after this broadcast, we will stay live with interviews, a bit of hilarity, etc., as we prepare for the road race, which will take place in the Roof C-Spec at Road Atlanta. Of course, Rachel, you and I dealt with 24 hours for that car. We've got to do it all over again here today.
Don't remind me about the 24 hours. That was a long, long race. But of course, yeah, we're very used to seeing that C-Spec car racing hard. And Road Atlanta, of course, we went there in the STC Black Cup, of course, Will, Thursday nights on RaceSpot TV. It's a great track to see action on.
It is indeed. As we're riding along board with Carl Burke, he's got himself a run, but it doesn't look as though he's that strong out of corner number 4, Rachel. Much better out of 2 than he is out of 4. And that's because the banking at this racetrack, you have a lot less banking coming out of 2 than you have out of 4. Just seems to be that Burke's car kind of like to slide up the racetrack out of that corner, whereas he's much better. You can see here, out of corner number 2, getting himself a nice run through 3 and 4, and then it's at this point here, that car just starts to get tight on it.
Yeah, of course, it depends on how you are driving this track. I know certain drivers brake in turns 1 and 2, and then coast 3 and 4. Other drivers, myself included, we brake in 3 as well. And it's a style thing. Certain drivers drive different ways. Of course, with them being flatter, turns 3 and 4 is far easier to slide up that track, especially if you push
Bonson hit the wall. Yeah, we saw it on board.
We got excited at the same time.
Yeah, we were looking at him on board, Linus Bomstrom hitting the wall, and of course the issue is he's got a teammate right behind him. He's very lucky actually that he didn't career across the racetrack, because he might have taken his own teammate out with him. But there's a lot of damage to that car right there. You can see it. The number 71 car has got some damage to it now, Rachel.
It has indeed, and I think he could be hoping for a caution at this stage, because over the short run, from what I've seen, damage isn't that much of a factor. It's a major aerodynamic issue, which means in the long run it costs you a lot. But with this being very much on the wheel track, you can actually get a lot back, even with a very damaged race car.
Yep, so let's see if we can spot the damage. We'll play a game and spot the damage here on RaceSpot TV. You know what that means, don't you? The pen's out, Rachel. Will? Oh, we missed it. The pen is out and we completely missed it. But there you can see the number 71 car, a lot of damage to his right-hand side as we work along board with him, actually. You'll get a good indication here, actually, Rachel. We'll just circle it on the right-hand side of the car. That is his issue right there as he loses it again, big time. That's going to allow his teammate to go past him. That was the damage. Thankfully, he was able to get that car not too loose, because his teammate's now running on the high side. And that's the worst thing you want sometimes. Your teammate pushing yourself to the low side when you've already got a damaged car. Bumsham now battling with his teammate. If I was him, I would let that 137 car go past.
I don't agree, Will. I think he's in a great position to hold that position as we see him now.
It's his teammate, though.
Of course it is, but, you know, Bronstrom, I know he's a particularly fast driver, and so is Johansson. Johansson will find his way past. He manages to keep it rather effortlessly, in fact. It seems like Johansson is happy to hold that place, keep the 33 behind them. Of course, the number 4 car, Brian Barnes, returning from his trip to the doldrums of the mid-teens. This might start to get interesting as we see those 2 very damaged Scandinavia cars holding off the onslaught.
Right, here would be my issue. If I was a club manager, which I'm not, thankfully.
That's good.
If you were to get loose out of 2 now, you would come across your own teammate. It would be 2 drivers potentially out of the race in your own club. Now, if you've got the car who's less damaged behind there and you get loose, well, you're not going to have 2 teammates out of the race. And I'm going to let you piece the 2 together as to what would generally happen. And of course, Race Control would always review incidents here, but I wouldn't want to risk the opportunity of my own teammate being taken out here because of the fact that I'm driving a damaged race car and I'm not sure how it's going to work lap on lap.
Well, I agree in principle, but if you think about it, we're reaching the closing stages. There are no more pit stops to come, theoretically, and now it's all about track position. The 2 cars managed to find a very good way to go side by side and maintain those spots. Now, neither one swept across the other. I think what they did was they made themselves too wide. They both got back up to momentum, back up to speed, and they checked the run of the 33 car, because he might have had an advantage, but with them too wide, there was realistically no way past. So they've maintained team track position where they might have lost 1 or even 2 places.
Although Johansson has now just gone past Bonstrom, so he moves himself up into the 9th position. Bonstrom down into 9th, and then Brian Barnes rounds out your top 10. So as it stands, ladies and gentlemen, there are your top 10 on the left-hand side of your screen. It is Hutu from Yakola, from Aloma, from Sapala, who's just got ahead of Ivedan, Vistampo, Burke, Johansson, Bonstrom, and Barnes. They are your top 10 as it stands, with less than 20 laps to go here in the first of 2 events on RaceSpot TV. A little bit later on, as we say, we will go road course racing. As a little bit down the field, we've got a great little scrap going on between Chris Beck and also Miguel Gomez in the battle for 13th position on the racetrack. We ride along board with Miguel Gomez.
Yeah, great run there from Gomez. He's really got some momentum coming up. He's working slowly forwards. It's not a big run, it's a little run. It's more of a jog, I suppose, but he's making steady progress. I think it won't be long before he follows that number 4 car, Brian Barnes, through past the 71.
He's been consistently mid-pack as well. His highest place today, 11th. His lowest place today, 13th. But that's actually kind of what you need, Rachel. You don't necessarily just need drivers to work themselves, you know, all the way to the front. You need people who you can rely on in this event to get yourself good, consistent points. And we've seen this every single year in the World Cup, that year on year it's become more important to just have drivers finishing. And I think that's what Gomez is doing right now. Just finishing that car, bringing it home, get yourself to the road race, rinse and repeat. Try and get that wildcard place.
Well, yes and no, Will. At the moment, you really do have to push because every single point is vital. We have best of the rest. Yoni Mastampo is in 6th place. Then we have Club Northwest. Then we have Club Scandinavia, Northwest, Iberia. There's 2 spread out, Will. They're not going to get enough points to put any of them into contention unless they have a seriously dominating result on the road. This is not what you need. You really have to push at this stage. There are 20 laps, maybe 17 laps, if I can count.
Are you doing an Oscar Hardwick here, buddy?
I am doing an Oscar Hardwick, but now is the time to push. It is go time. It's on.
Don't say it. What we have got, though, is Katie Scott with an update. What is going on in the second split? Because Katie, this could really dictate how hard some people have to move, as at the same time we've got Brian Barnes looking down to the inside of Linus Bomstrom.
Yes, lap 59, Carlos Garcia tried to go up the inside of Northwest's Gary Nichols, collected him, turned him round, and then Gary was then collected by another Iberian. So it's an Iberian that turned him round and a second Iberian.
Bit of blue on blue action there.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And then Samuel Della Fiante went into half-spun and went into the Northwest driver. So you got one Iberian lost a lot of places, the one who started it, and another one picked up a certain amount of damage. I'll check it later and see whether he's out the race.
Well, that is going to be important because now Iberia are on the back foot. They have to get moving. How quickly do you think that information will be translated to other members in that team, Katie? Especially as, again, we are in the modern ages as we continue to have a look at this battle between Beck and Brinstrom in the battle for the 10th place on the racetrack. How quickly do you think these Iberia teammates will have to realise that you've got to push to gain some more points now?
It's tricky because Javier Lorenzo, who's the Iberian captain, is actually in my race, so he's not sitting in Mumble being able to, or TeamSpeak being able to organise the team. But you'd hope they, like we would have done in UK and I, have someone who would be able to swap round. Oh, and as I talk, we've just got another yellow. A Scandinavian driver involved that time.
I tell you what, though, I'm going to interrupt you very quickly because I think we just saw the pass of the race. The number 46 car, Miguel Gomez, getting past 2 people, 3 wide in the middle. Rachel wasn't able to complete the pass there on Chris Beck, but was able to get past Linus Bonstrom. This is important now, momentum-wise, for Iberia to try and get back in the game.
Yeah, it's absolutely critical, Will. Momentum now and track position will seal this deal. And exactly where he can get himself on track. Now is the time to go 3 wide. It wasn't on lap 2. It wasn't on lap 20. We're approaching now the twilight of this race. Now it is time to move. And you can make 3 wide moves at this track. It's flat enough. It's wide enough. You can make it happen. And it's a stellar move there by Gomez to actually get past those cars.
Ooh, but pushed all the way down below the yellow there was the number 46 car of Miguel Gomez. Now, will he have room to come back up? It's Chris Beck to his outside. Beck able to hold that line as they work themselves through 1 and 2. Back down the back straightaway they will come. Riding along board then with the number 46 car of Miguel Gomez. They come down in towards 3 and 4. There you can see the Northwest car able to work that high side line perfectly.
Yeah, the high side's tough here, but you can really make it work, and he does exactly what you need to do.
So, as it stands right now, in this battle for P9, 10, 11, 12, it's Johansson from Beck, from Gomez. Two Gomez's working themselves in 11th and 12th place right now. They're trying to get themselves past Chris Beck, and he has proved to be very, very difficult to get past, Rachel.
Yeah, Chris Beck is pretty good on this track, and it's showing. He's managed to hold that position, and I think he will. This could be critical, of course, because of, notice, Carl Burke, Brian Barnes, they are sitting in 7th, 8th, and we have Beck in 10th. That's a lot more points at the moment than Iberia are going to score.
And I tell you what, the Iberia car, the number 46 car of Gomez, pushed that Northwest car all the way down the front straight away. We know what that is, Rachel. It's the I'm going to do everything I can now to push you up the racetrack. 10 laps to go this time by. It is into the business end of this race.
Yeah, he wants him to carry more speed into turns 1 and 2 because, of course, that means his car will push up the track and you can just go underneath him. It's interesting. It's certainly an exciting move to make and not something the guy in front will appreciate, and could also result in a bit of a spin if you do it too late.
Gregor Hutu, by the way, he does continue to lead the way. There you can see him up on your screen. Capturing himself and Alexei Yakola. 1.1 seconds as it stands on the racetrack. We'll run through your top 10. From Yakola to Aloma is 2.4 seconds as it stands right now. There you can see Aloma with Jari Sapala right behind him. And then Timo Ivonen rounds out your top 5. Yes, it's Finland 1-3-5 right now. And then from Ivonen to Joni Mastampo, it is 7.2 seconds right now with Carl Burke right behind him. Burke is about 3 seconds ahead of Brian Barnes as they work themselves northwest in 7th and 8th position. There you can see Brian Barnes, then Marcus Johansson from Club Scandinavia in 9th, and then rounding out your top 10 is Club Northwest, Chris Beck. Into the business end then of this race, as I said, and this is where things will get incredibly difficult. And again, at this point, if we get a caution, it'll be a 2-lap shootout, Rachel.
It will indeed, and if anyone takes tyres, I'll be very surprised. But yeah, of course, let's not forget, Will, only 4 of those finished cars will score points because the last score is dropped. So it's still a dominating victory for Finland, but it could have been 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's that point that someone could say to Alexei Aloma, maybe you could have just gone down to the pub. As we continue to have a look at this battle between Festa Bessa Gomez and Linus Broström in this battle for 12th and 13th place on the racetrack. There you can see the gap is about 1/10 of a second, and just ahead as well you've got another scrap with Gomez and Chris Beck battling for position. 1/10 of a second is the gap there. We'll have ourselves 6 laps to go this time by. We ride along board with Miguel Gomez in the number 46 Club Iberia car, hunting down Chris Beck, who in turn is hunting down Marcus Johansson.
Yeah, it's time to go now, Will. They're all making their moves. This is what we're going to see for the final order of this race. Unfortunately, if we get a caution from this lap onwards, it will end the race under caution, which is not what some of these guys will want.
No, and of course, cautions at this point wouldn't breed caution, it will breed a final race result. Gregor Hutu then continues to lead the way. We've got a couple of people scored 1 lap down as it stands. We have Evangelos Vacharas. You're having a look at him there, who represents Club Scandinavia, just being passed there by Alexei Aloma as they come down in towards 1 and 2. You've also got Kevin Sparks, James Taylor, Sean Bagby and Drew Lalonde all scored laps down in this event. But Joni Mastampo still trying to get himself past Carl Burke. Burke really has been one of the good highlights of this race. Best of the rest, he has been up and down the field. He has gone, still running inside the top 10, up 10 spots from where he qualified, Rachel.
Yeah, it's tough to actually qualify on this track, and it's testament to the fact the Finns did lock out a lot of those positions. So your race pace and your conservation of your tyres can do a lot more for you. Case and example for that one is the Finns. They aren't actually running that fast. they're running about normal,
They're on
but
cruise
they're looking
control
after
now,
their
to be fair.
tyres. And they're looking after the tyres, Will. And they are running the same laps over and over again. They're not running
Oh,
the
going
fastest.
to interrupt you here, Rachel, because side by side, here comes the 46 car, Miguel Gomez, and the 137 car of Marcus Johansson. They have got past one, and here you can see now, Benson Gomez, he's going to try and get past as well. You can see teamwork going on here, as that number 46 car of Gomez made sure it made it more difficult for Johansson, working themselves out of four, back down the front straight away, side by side between Gomez and Johansson. Battle for the final spot inside the top 10. It looks as though that Gomez might get it into 1 and 2, but Johansson drives it around the outside.
Yeah, if he can make this stick, it'll be an incredible defence, Will, but I don't think he will. As we see there, Gomez just getting an extra bit of run, pulls himself clear, tucks in on the top line. Pretty textbook pass there. Johansson did really well to keep it as long as he did.
And there you can see we'll have 2 laps to go. It's been great battling up and down this field. We check in though with Gregor Hutu for Club Finland as he works himself back down towards turn number 3 and 4. And we've had 1 caution in this race so far, so that's 1 more than what we saw on the Group A race a little bit earlier on. But ladies and gentlemen, this time by, the white flag is in hand. 1 more lap to go around Kentucky Speedway. It is still Hutu who leads from Alexei Yusiakola. Then it's Alexei Aloma, then it's Teemu Iivonen, then it is Jari Sapala. Club Finland today have been dominant on the road courses, and next we head onto the road courses where 4 of these drivers have iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix experience. Out of corner number 4 comes Gregor Hutu as he begins the first part of the Finnish party as he takes victory here at Kentucky Speedway. Alexei Yusiakola will come home in the 2nd position. Then you see Alexei Aloma in 3rd, Teemu Iivonen in 4th, Jari Sapala rounds out your top 5. Rachel, Finnish domination.
Absolute Finnish domination, Will, and I'd say the Finns are probably celebrating in the pub, but I have a sneaking suspicion with their driving style, they started in the pub. But the Finns, again, they've just completely outclassed everybody. As I was saying before the late action, it was pure tyre strategy. They looked after their cars, they looked after their tyres, and they ran great laps. Total consistency, as we see all 5 Finnish cars lining up there just to wave at everybody else. They did a brilliant example, and this is the sort of consistency that wins the World Cup. Not top speed, but everybody working together for the total result.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, because the 2nd split race is still going on, this is what we are going to do. Here are the top results then. From this, the first of your events, Gregor Hutu from Alexei Yusiakola, Alexei Aloma, Teemu Iivonen, Sapala, Burke.
Will, got to break you off there. Get the camera on the start-finish line because the Finns have a rather unique celebration going on right now.
We'll get back to that right immediately as we can. But here you can see Hutu from Yakola, from Aloma, from Iivonen, Sapala, Burke, Barnes, Mustampo, Beck and Gomez. They are your top 10. As you can see, a little bit of action going on the front straight away. And there are the rest of your results. Johansson, Bromstrom, Kestermont, Oman, Flugas, Fletcher, Winter, Gomez, Flintris and Sparks. Final lot of results there. What we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside. We're going to try and bring you the last couple of laps of the 2nd split race. We'll be right back here on RaceSpot TV after these very short messages. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it.
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Back with you then, ladies and gentlemen, for a restart here in the second split event. Green flag just back out in the air here at Kentucky Motor Speedway. As we said, there are 3 splits going on. Here is the second one of them as they work themselves on lap number 79 of 90 here. And Rachel, right now it's again Finland leading with Marco Penttinen leading the way. However, they've not all got it their way as Sean Britsman for Club Northwest currently sits in the second place.
Well, I'm afraid you have to look after this one yourself, Will, because in the magical world of broadcasting, I can't actually see this.
Well, Penttinen leads away from Sean Braitzman right now. There you can see the gap between them. About 4 tenths of a second on the racetrack as it stands. They work themselves out of corner number 1 and 2 again. They will get 10 to go this time by. It's a bit like the NFL, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes your game finishes early. You get a little bit of bonus coverage. That's what you're getting here. As we complete one of our over events, we'll get our second one up in just a little bit later on as we go to the road course. But you can see the gap right now is about 3 tenths of a second. We've got a real battle in here. And then also, you've got Jukka Sovalainen running in third for Club Finland. He is right on the rear of Britsman as they work themselves through turn number 1 and 2. Is currently Finland P3, P4, and I believe potentially P5. We'll get confirmation of that in one moment as well. Marko Kika running himself in the 5th position. Indeed, is running for Club Finland as well. Timo Toika also running for Club Finland in that number 46 Martini car as they work themselves back out of turn number 4. And next you can see the damage that we talked about earlier on with Katie Scott to the front of Timo Toika's car. And Katie, that is some rather substantial damage that he has there, but somehow still able to keep it working on the racetrack.
Yeah, I really expected him to be in the pits and to fix his car up, but he's been really running really strong. But the driver, I think, of this race has been Sean. He was involved in that tap with the with Toika, but you know, he's just kept plugging away. He's sitting in a very strong second place and really impressive drive.
Ooh, he's looking trying to go down to the outside there of the Club Finland number 69 car, but in turn here comes the 313 car of Jukka Sovalainen as they work themselves back down in towards turn number 1 and 2, and you can see that these guys are absolutely pushing it. There is something on the line here as Britsman arguably has got the shot to try and get victory here in that number 9 car, pushing all over the rear of the number 65 car and Marco Penttinen as they work themselves again out of 3 and 4. Now, Bratesman, I think, Katie, if he wants to win this race, he will have to try and run that high line. We did see that work in the split one race. It can work. You've got to be oh so brave, though. And arguably, what has he got to lose? Because even if Silverlining goes past, we'll have the room to tuck back in line.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was just thinking that myself. You know, Northwest, chance of them getting to the final, fairly low. Chance of a bit of glory, though, very high. Whereas if Marco gets tagged around into gets involved in something, it could easily take a teammate out. It's not likely to make a difference in the overall things, but it could do.
As they work themselves, they've got 6 laps to go. So you see the blue-white with the red numbers, the number 65 car for Club Finland. They lead the way. Then it is Club Northwest, Sean Bratesman in second, Jukas Overline in third, and Marco Kika in the 4th spot as it stands right now. Retirees out this race, Andreas Quintana is 3 laps down but is circulating. Then you got Christian Kainor out of the race. Don't pay attention to that number 69 car at the rear of the field. She's not taking any part of this race at all. We're right along board then with the guy looking to try and get himself to the race lead. Sean Bratesman on the outside line, on the inside line. What will he do and will he do it? 5 laps left to go, Katia. Bratesman is putting on one hell of a show.
Oh, absolutely. I've been watching most of the race, except when there's been yellows, and it's just been a fantastic battle between, Pentonen's been leading most of this race, but he's not had it all his own way.
As they work themselves back down in towards 3 and 4 once again. There you can see your top 3 drivers are separated by a total of 4 tenths of a second. Pentonen from Bratesman from Sovalainen. Behind, you have got another couple of scraps going on. We will keep it with your top 3 right now because you have yourselves a battle between Logan Sheets and Thomas Torp for P6 and P7 on the racetrack right now. Then you've got yourselves a little bit further back, Miguel Angel Martinez and Carlos Garcia. They're battling for P9, P10 on the racetrack, arguably for the same team. Samuel De La Fuente in 11th spot as well, pretty close behind. Tommy Heiker and Ray Fournier, they're battling for 12th place on the racetrack. Then Hervé Lorenzo and Carl Frederick Kersong battling for 14th, 15th, and there's a caution. That will end it there, Katia.
It will indeed. I was quickly scanning back to see, try and find out who caused that.
Tommy Hacker is involved in it. That's all we have for the time being. We're going to try and get ourselves a replay of that, but Tommy Hacker is involved in that caution that ends this race.
Very sad end to the race. I mean, I have to say I was rooting for Sean a bit. He's been right up there in the thick of, the Finland finish. And when you're a lone driver amongst, a team like that, it is so tough. And he really did. I was rooting for him.
Got one replay. We'll get another one then on board with Tommy Hacker. In fact, what we really need to do is have a look at this one from the rear and then have a look for there's a number 26 car tagging there down in towards 3 and 4, spinning Haker around. Then you can see contact with one of the Scandinavia cars, then with one of the Northwest cars. A little bit like Skittles there. Tommy Hacker, unfortunately, he will finish this race because even if he's got damage, he will have the opportunity to just carry it on. We'll get a look then from on board of him. Disappointing end to what was surely a great race, Katia.
Oh, absolutely. That incident was actually very similar to the one that damaged Iberia's hopes. And it's just unfortunate when those kind of things happen, just a light tap and around they go.
So then, let's get ourselves one more look. We'll see if we can get the super slow-mo come up. No, we can't. But you'll see just coming down into the corner, you'll have it right about here. The number 26 Northwest car just comes across, and that's what turns the number 22 car up into a spin. Hugely disappointing what happened to him there, Katia, because really it not only ended his race, but ended a great battle for the race lead overall.
Oh, absolutely. And those extra points, Northwest have actually got, done the better running in this race compared to Iberia, who, are the team that we probably expect most to get through into the, finals. And those extra points could have made a difference.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to, whilst we're under caution, we'll bring you the last part of this race. We'll go back to our live coverage. It is Marco Pentonen who does lead the way right now. As you can see, we are under caution here at Kentucky Motor Speedway. We have got Linus Brunstrom, though, from Club Scandinavia to have a quick chat with you. Race overall wasn't the best it could have been. At the same time, it wasn't the worst it could have been.
It was way better than I expected, but it wasn't as good as it could have been. I think if I would have stayed off the wall, I could have been maybe P6 or P7 even. But I'm happy with P12 because that's way better than I expected.
Now, that wall hit, how much did that damage that race car for you? And also, how many issues did that cause you a little bit later on in the race, especially as those tyres started to get more and more worn?
The first time I hit the wall, it didn't do too much. That actually helped me, but at the end of the second run, when I hit the wall, I started losing pace down the back straight, so I couldn't really keep up. So that damaged me pretty much, I think.
Now, we have got a road race to come. 2 quick questions. A, are you running in it? B, do you think Scandinavia still has any chance of making that wild card or even getting the right place?
I am running it in the second split, and I don't think we have a chance to win because Canada has probably already secured it. Oh, sorry, Finland has probably already secured it, but I think we still have a good chance to get that second place and go through.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Lynn Sponsor, representing Club Scandinavia here. It is all about Marco Penttinen, who's going to come home and make it a split 1, split 2 sweep then for Club Finland as they work themselves past the start-finish line. Marco Penttinen will take victory for Club Finland, but arguably the hero of the race in second place, upsetting what would have been otherwise another Finnish sweep, is Sean Brexman for Club Northwest. Jukka Sovalainen comes home in third, Marko Kitka in fourth, and then running at your top 5 is Timo Toika for Club Finland. Logan Sheet in the 6th position, then Thomas Torp in 7th for Club Scandinavia, Club Northwest, Matthew Rogers in 8th, Miguel Angel Martinez for Club Iberia in 9th, and then Carlos Garcia runs out your top 10 again for Club Iberia. Tell you what, Katie, nice to get a little bit of bonus coverage in there, because until that caution, I arguably think that second split race is more exciting than the first.
Oh, I mean, there were a few too many cautions, you know, but other than that, it was, I mean, there was 4 in all, but just brilliant racing throughout. And although Finland had the, you know, were up there, they were always competing. After the first caution, the Scandinavians threw a wild card by a couple of their drivers not pitting. It's only about lap 15, so it was a worthwhile gamble. Didn't pull it off, but there was always someone really challenging the Finland finish hard, and it's happened again in the third split. I've got the results up here. Joni Hagner for Finland won, but Trevor I'm going to try to pronounce his surname, Vavroski,
okay,
who's actually Northwest, came second. So they've pulled off 2 seconds. So I actually think if they can pull off a full 15 car, well 12 car minimum, but preferably a 15 car lineup in the road, Northwest might pull a surprise here.
Let's not forget, guys, of course, that Club Northwest actually got the most cars in the top 10 of anybody other than the Finns.
Yes, and again, the provisional wildcard place is important. Can you just say that name for me again, Katia?
Trevor Vavroski.
Well, for those of you who know, I'm a huge Stay On Right fan, so I'm going to say Trevor Vavroski! Just to give you guys a little bit of happiness here on RaceSpot TV. If any of you've ever watched TSN or Fox Sports 1, you'll know what I mean. It's Sergei Bobrovsky, whose name sounds very similar to that. And I just thought it might give him a little bit of entertainment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get a look then at your results from this, the second of 2 split races. We've got the third split, which is also completed. Unfortunately, we haven't got the results for them. But the way it works is Marco Penttinen taking victory there from Sean Brexman by a half a second, with Jukka Sovalainen in third, Marko Kikia in the 4th position, and Timo Toika rounding out your top 5. Logan Sheet in 6th, Thomas Torp in 7th, Matthew Rogers in 8th, Miguel Angel Martinez in 9th, and then Carlos M. Garcia rounding out your top 10. Then on to page 2, Samuel Delafonte in 11th position, Ray Fournier in 12th, Javier Lorenzo in 13th, Carl Frederick Hussong in 14th, Danny Hosbergen in 15th position, Hans-Gunnar Hansen in 16th, Michael Thompson in 17th, Tommy Heiker in 18th, Andres Quintana in 19th, Gary Nichols rounds out your top 20. And then onto the final page of things, you'll see Christian Quaynor for Club Scandinavia getting 21st position. That was moderately entertaining there, wasn't it all, ladies and gentlemen? Will Vincent still here with Rachel Whiteford and Katia Scott. We've got, what, half an hour before we go green for the road race, Katia?
I think it's about that, yeah. That looks about right to me. And it's looking exciting. I think there's been some clubs that have really come up and made an effort when, you know, might consider them underdogs. I was quite impressed with Asia in the first group. You know, the amount of points they threw out was quite impressive as well.
To be fair, Asia are actually a pretty strong club. We don't see them very often because of time zone differences, but they race a lot in the Aussie V8 series, the Aussie, I forget what it's called, the Pacific series, GT3 cars. They're obviously a huge club, so you're going to see a lot of different driving talent, but they do actually have some pretty good runs.
Gentlemen, whilst we have the opportunity, we will step aside for just one moment, then we'll be back with a little bit more in-depth analysis from all of the racing so far here today in the World Cup of iRacing. You are watching RaceSpot TV. We'll be back, as my old boss said, interprastically.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun, but there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Well, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Group C tournament stage for the 2014 World Cup of iRacing here on RaceSpot TV. Will Vincent still along with Rachel Whiteford and Katia Scott. We'll get a word with team principal for the Club Finland team, Joni Backman, in just a couple of moments' time. But we've had ourselves the Oval event in the book. Next up, we'll head ourselves over to Road Atlanta to continue our coverage as the five clubs, Club Finland, Club Iberia, Club Midwest, Club Scandinavia, and the West Racing Club do battle in the Roof C-Spec. So then, Rachel, we've had ourselves something in the books. We've learned that Finland on the ovals can turn left as fast as anyone, probably faster than anyone in the other four categories, as fast as Club Diach, and who again asserting themselves as a favourite come next Saturday, should they not completely melt down in the road race.
Absolutely. Well, let's not forget, of course, next Saturday is the same track combinations for both road and oval. So, rough C-Spec at Road Atlanta and the trucks at Kentucky. So, considering current form, they're on for a winner here. Let's also point out, Finland were far faster than Diach in the truck race.
And even when you consider the fact that in the latter stage of that race, they took it easy in the Group A race. They didn't have the opportunity to do so in the Group B race, of course. We saw the last 10 laps of what was a thrilling finish there. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to show you anything from the Group C race, but I heard that it was, again, a Finnish domination over there. And we have now got the chance to speak to team principal for Club Finland. That is Mr. Joni Backman. Got to be satisfied with the first part of your Saturday evening's work.
No, I'm extremely disappointed, Will, because we didn't get 3 top 5 finishes.
For anyone who wants to know, Joni and I go way back. And every time I do an interview, Joni wants to do nothing but make my life a misery. So, Joni, let's start with the Group A event. Finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dominating. Even with the one caution there, kept 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 the entire event. And we're faster than Club Diat. What sort of a message does that sound out to your nemesis as far as the World Cup goes?
I was actually thinking about that when I was watching the stream with my left eye during the during my own C class third split race, and all I can think of to DH is it's on.
Well, of course, let's actually go back 12 months. Actually, not quite 12 months, about 10 months. Because this time in the last World Cup, you qualified well, and then you had difficult Pocono, is what I'm going to say. It's the easiest way of saying it. Pocono is incredibly tough for you. Here, you showed that on the ovals, you have the form, and we were having a look in that split 1 thing, and it was a good case of you had the speed, and you also had the driver lineup as well. And I had a look, and 4 of your drivers in split 1 were able to have at some point had a World Championship license or currently hold one.
Yeah. As what goes for the split 1, I honestly don't know what to say. I mean, yeah, we practiced. Yeah, we have a strong group of drivers, and yeah, we have three groups of strong drivers this time for the 15 driver lineup. But to be honest, I didn't expect that kind of a humiliation, if you could call it. I mean, 1 to 5 in split 1.
I think a safe word is domination.
Yeah, domination is much better. Thank you.
Now, let's not rub it in everybody else's faces too much. One thing I do want to ask, though, Yanni, before we just pass back out to Will.
How dare you?
How did you manage to sober up Gregor, Alexei, and
No.
Alexei
Gregor's
long enough
fine.
for them to
It's
race?
just Alexei. Again, he also did a Pro Series race later, and he's still not drunk.
I don't know.
You may ask another
just
question, by the way.
bought them an extra beer, I guess.
I remember our little conversation when me and Will were much tireder during the 24-hour race, when you and your cohort, shall we call them, were somewhat giddy at the wee hours of the morning. Was this a similar case of just being your usual frivolous selves, or did you try any particularly harder for this series?
Not really. It's like Finnish people are difficult to handle. In all fairness, I mean, when they are on track, it's like everyone for themselves. But before you actually get them on track, it's actually way more tricky than it seems on stream. So, yeah, overall, I'm very satisfied with how's it going overall.
Last question quickly before we move back to Will. Did I notice some sort of coordinated celebration going on at the end of the Split 1 race? Cars assuming certain positions and coordinated donuts.
Yeah, I guess, but that's nothing with my doing. I mean, I'm in the team speak with those guys all the time, but yeah, they finished their race 5 laps before we did, so I guess there was some coordination, but nothing that I know of.
You know, it's going to say something when the Club Finland actually practice a victory celebration as part of their race preparation.
Yeah, I just
Thank
hope
you,
that
Annie.
in the next build, iRacing actually implements client smoke so that we can actually see the burnouts. So.
There you go, folks. Club Finland wanting more celebratory features in iRacing.
Well, let's get Katie Scott back in here, because we will get these results up on your screen as quickly as I can multitask. And of course, we all know that I'm not very good at multitasking. However, if you're only giving me the 2 of the results kits, can I have all 5 of the results, please, Katie?
Haven't done that much. Give me a chance.
Oh,
Just going to fill in, we're all very busy kind of analysing data and fixing things at the moment during the broadcast, folks. Well, they are. I'm actually drinking wine and making dinner whilst I talk to you on broadcast.
Wait. Can I just say, is that what this sizzling is behind you?
Yes, it is.
What is it that you are cooking?
I'm cooking a chicken and garlic carbonara in a white wine sauce.
That's very nice. And where's my portion?
It is delicious, and I'm drinking heavily.
Where's my
portion? Your portion, it will be in the email.
In the email?
Yes.
So basically, I buy Chinese food for Oscar Hardwick out of the goodness of my heart, and you don't buy me anything.
Well, you didn't buy me anything. You know,
That's a lie,
turned up at the 24-hour race, and I suffered through the entire thing with both of you.
That's a lie.
Or maybe
you know it.
That is true. Yes.
But
yes.
we'll get Katie.
Do you need me any longer here, or shall I go back to getting my warm up for the road race?
Go and get your warm up for the road.
Good luck, Yoni.
Before you go, Yoni, actually, final thing. Road race, Iberia are expected to be a lot stronger. Are you going to explain that one to your team? Where, you know, not every position is fatal. Now you've got that lead. Of course, all you need to do is qualify. Have you told your drivers to be aggressive, or will you now tell them to be more conservative, knowing that's going to be very difficult for you to lose that first place?
No, actually, we did that even before the oval race. I took all 15 guys to the TeamSpeak, and I told them that it's better losing 2-3 positions than taking a risk on braking. Because when you drop to the back of the field, it costs you way more points than it would to lose 2 positions. So I told even before the ovals to take it steadily, and so far they've done it very well.
Well, thank you very much, Yoni Backman, team principal for the World Cup side of Club Finland. We'll talk to you perhaps a little bit later on. Katie Scott, it is Finland who leads the way then. And we're comparing these results to what we saw in this stage of the proceedings back a little bit earlier on today, and 554 points provisionally for Finland. This is subject to confirmation. 10 less than what DH had, 20 more than what UK and Ireland had. Of course, they won Group A and Group B, respectively.
Yes, absolutely. The UK and I one's interesting because I know we didn't have our best team out, but yeah.
I think we did.
Whoa. You're talking as a World Cup person. You can't say the word we. You have to say that.
Okay, sorry. But anyway, back onto the serious things. Yeah, Finland 554 points provisionally, so 10 less than DH and 20 more than UK. So it looks really tight at the top. But the thing that I found interesting is Northwest, by my calculations, have got 430 points, which is 64 more than Brazil had at this stage and 41 more than Australia. So they actually only need approximately 386 points on the road to get through into that runner-up spot.
That, I think, is the most interesting part of this, because for Club Northwest, again, as I said before, they are not favourites by any means here. If they can make it into the finals, I think they can actually cause an upset through consistency more than anything else. So, the same way I talked to Yoni a moment ago, Rachel, and I asked him that question, do you play conservative or do you play aggressive? For Northwest, yes, they've got to be aggressive to an extent, but they can almost let everyone else do all the work, all the passing, slot into line, keep their nerve, hope pit stops go their way, and end up with the wildcard spot, and there's only one more to go. And I do think that if you get the wildcard spot out of this group in this stage, it'd be very, very difficult to lose that through Group D.
I think that's definitely certain, Will. I mean, the groups that are left, we're starting to lose some of the bigger names here, and we've got some major players who are already looking at that wildcard spot. I don't think anybody expected Northwest to be in that position where they are potentially looking at an upset. We always see Australia, New Zealand on the bubble, and Brazil, a team we all really thought had a chance of working their way on merit, are now fighting for that same position. I think this is going to be a bigger upset across the board than who wins each group.
And again, you have to feel for Club Australia New Zealand, KTO. Is this what now, the third year in a row they have been in this situation? Last year, heartbreak for them. This year, they have had the longest of all waiting games. And whilst I say that, it's also I think, the apt time to say thank you, both to V8's Online and also to BSR TV, for their coverage of the Group A and Group B World Cup tournament sessions, respectively.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all of the the TV companies, the broadcast companies have, we couldn't do this without you guys, because you're what allows us to take it out to a wider audience and try and get clubs to actually understand the competition. We could do so much, but having it broadcast so professionally by four different TV companies, I just think it just shows the global reach of this thing.
And actually, that's a really cool thing as well, Rachel, because, of course, many people will know the last 2 years I did this on Glacier TV. They did that for 3 years. This year, we have 4 different companies involved. Ourselves, RaceSpot TV, it's the first year that RaceSpot have officially done it. Last year, they worked with Glacier on the World Cup finals. But also, V8's Online, a great organisation who's done a lot of good for the iRacing community. And in some cases, areas that have been previously neglected. BSR TV, who have done tremendous work on bringing some top quality broadcasts to the Club UK and I scene. And a little bit later on, we've got the Global Sim Racing channel, who I have to say do some astonishingly good work on the GT side of things, but also some very good overall racing broadcasts as well.
Yeah, I think it's just testament to how big sim racing is getting at the moment that we're having this many broadcast teams growing from within one service alone. Of course, we know that some of them actually go over to R Factor and other series, but I think it's awesome that we're getting this edge of. Well, that's another story. But I think it's a great thing that we're getting this much coverage and, should we say, mainstream production values heading into sim racing. And I believe sim racing is as valid as real world motorsports in this day and age, because it requires a lot of the same talents. And I think they deserve to have that same recognition, that same presentation as real world racing gets. And that's why I do this. This is why I actually enjoy commentating, is to bring the amazing driving talents and amazing battles we see in these races to a wider audience. Of course, last week we had the 24 Hours of Spa, which was viewed by 14,000 people. That's a game.
Yeah.
Let's be blunt here. This is a game, guys, and we're being seen by thousands of people. And throughout all the different sim racing broadcasters, I think this is incredible that we're getting this out to so many individual people, not just people racing these cars and in these series watching themselves, but spectators. This is becoming a spectator sport, and we have 4 of the biggest names bringing it to the masses, and I think that's wicked.
Indeed. So, Ian Bushing, PSR TV, if you're listening, get on board for next year, because we miss you. And that's the thing as well, Katie. It's also worth remembering that not only us, but the other 3 companies, not being paid a penny for doing this, but I think the World Cup of iRacing, it's become, and especially in the last, 2 years since yourself and Mike's taken over the running of it, it really has become a community project. And I think it emphasizes not only the very best of iRacing, but the very best of sim racing, and how you can get so many different people from so many different areas together for what 98.7% of the time is just incredibly fun, friendly competition.
Oh, absolutely. You shouldn't forget John King as well, who makes up the 3rd member of our little who makes up the 3rd part of our little committee. And we listen to the community. People have said that the format's a bit on the long side, and I'm not going to go into depth in this race because I want to try and concentrate on the finals, but we're already planning some very exciting developments. And the one thing I will say is that we're looking at a core event with a couple of other competitions. It'll all be competitions, but hopefully 3 different titles up for grabs next year.
Wow. And that's the thing as well, is that we need to remember, Katia, that this event was essentially dead in the water. And without blowing your own horn so much, and that of Mike and Mr. King as well, it's something that you guys have taken on, and it is an incredibly big challenge. I talked to you at this as a league administrator who's run some very complicated events. This is arguably the most complicated event on iRacing, but also there's so many other events like this which all kind of feed into the World Cup. It's really good to see all of the clubs getting together, getting their teams, hosting the practice sessions. And again, as a Club UK&I guy, I see so many events going on that starts in February to prepare for November.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the length of time that we make the clubs work, I think he's working against a bit against it. So the fact that we're splitting it up this season hopefully will help a bit and make it a little bit easier for guys. I know that people like Matt Dalton, who runs the UK&I team, has worked incredibly hard. And we're hoping that the smaller events, because they're going to be single weekend events or a run-up week and then the event, clubs will look at them and say, we can have a go at that. And then they've got the hook into the World Cup and they start saying, actually, we've done well there. Maybe we'll have, and hopefully the main event then will benefit from it.
I just want to quickly interject there and actually say that I really want to say thank you to Matt Dalton. Now I'm going to take my broadcaster hat off and put my club driver hat on. And Matt's worked so hard for the Club UK&I this season. It's one of the first times we've actually had a massive oversubscription in drivers available to run for the team, to the point where we've actually had to have qualifying races to pick a team. We had that many people. And it's great to see us getting into it like that. And I hope other countries can get into it as much, and other clubs, to the point where it's becoming something you really want to be in because you get to represent your club. And I think that's a great thing. It brings iRacing together, and even other events throughout the year will only further that. So I look forward to seeing what else the World Cup team can bring.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, we have now got on your screen provisional. And I have to use the big P word, provisional there, for the Group C events as they stand. So Finland lead from Northwest and Iberia, Scandinavia and West. Points are up on your screen. 554 points for Finland, 428 for Northwest, 355 for Iberia, 288 for Scandinavia, 69 for Club West. But I want to talk about people like Club West, because then, yes, it's been a tough time for them, Rachel, but you'd think back to a year ago, arguably they wouldn't be running in the World Cup at all. Now they are running, they're having fun, they've got some good guys in there, and let's not forget that they were unlucky, really, that one of their drivers was involved in the one and only caution of the race in the Split 1 event, and in Split 2 they were involved in some unfortunate circumstances as well.
Yeah, it is. And I'm really glad to see more American clubs getting involved in this because, of course, as we know, most countries, in fact, are grouped into groups of countries like DH, UK&I, Asia, whereas you get some single countries. I think it's really cool that the small US, state clubs, which are really struggling for members and participation, are actually getting a bigger representation and presence in the World Cup. Club West, they're fairly small. And they've grown, and now they're coming out here as a dark horse to really show themselves on this international scene, and that's brilliant in my eyes.
And let's not forget as well, Katie, it also dispels a lot of myths simultaneously when, for the US clubs, they realise that, A, they can be on an equal footing as some of the European clubs on a road course. At the same time, there are some very strong European clubs that will happily go toe-to-toe with them on an oval course. And you think about that in a bigger picture as well. The next time you see someone from Club DH, from Club Australia New Zealand, Club Finland, Club UK and Ireland, Club Italia, so on and so forth, Iberia, on an oval race, you know that they're not there to make up the numbers. They're there because they are there to race.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at that race, Northwest American club beaten by the Finns. So it shows that, on exactly what you're saying on the oval side, and the road side, I'm sure we'll see it. There've been clubs that have sort of said, "Oh, we've got no chance," but then they're starting to understand that actually they have got a chance. They've just got to make an effort. That's all it comes down to. They've got enough people. There's 15. That's all that you need. That's not a lot, even for a small club. That's not a lot of people.
You'll see there now up on your screen, Group A, Group B, and Group C. Group A and B, of course, are now confirmed results. Group C is halfway through the event. You'll notice that Club Australia and New Zealand are listed in red there. That's because they currently hold the wildcard position. The big question is, will they be able to hang on? Club Northwest, at this stage of proceedings, they are ahead of Australia and New Zealand. However, We all know that the Aussies and the New Zealand drivers are incredibly fast once we hit the road course. And don't forget, you can see Group D at 11 PM GMT on the Global Sim Racing channel. For more information, head over to the World Cup section of the iRacing.com website. And Katie, to close off this section of things, Australia and New Zealand, they are in the wildcard position. Explain the wildcard rules to the viewers.
Very simple, really. We've obviously got the winner of each group goes through to the final, but it's actually a 5-group final, a 5-club final, the same as we've had for the last 2 years. So the club with the most points, who finished obviously second, will go through to the final. So we could say Brazil are out because they didn't score enough for Australia and New Zealand, but because Northwest and the Oval did so well, they've got a very good chance of being a surprise, scoring more points, getting second placed than Australia and New Zealand. We'll add that Iberia aren't completely out of it. They'll need to do really well in the road, but 355, if you look, is actually quite close to what Brazil managed, which I think was 364. So even Iberia have got a chance of that runner-up spot. It's certainly going to come down to what hopefully will be very exciting road races.
Well, we've got ourselves about 3-4 minutes before we head ourselves over to prepare for coverage for the road course event. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that you can keep in contact with us on Twitter all race long. What do you need to do, Rachel? Do you know the answer to this question?
Is it calling Ghostbusters?
Yes. Alternatively, if you'd like to do it a much better way, use the hashtag iRacing World Cup. Shout out to Javier Lorenzo. Good luck to iRacing Iberia road drivers. Let's go. Hashtag Go Reds. Hashtag iRacing World Cup. Good luck, guys. We run with you. The Hail F1 McLaren. How about that? Pole win and most lap left for me personally. Club UK and I, top 4 lockout and 8-2 in the top split. Superb. Got others going on. And also, we have got ourselves, because it's Movember, Rachel, a Movember thing. If you have a Movember going on, let us know, and what we might do is we might just get it up on the broadcast.
Well, I'm glad we're doing it this month rather than for January.
Yes. Would you like to explain what the January is, Rachel, or shall I leave it there?
I think our viewers can probably guess, but it's a similar sort of thing to Movember. Yeah, let's see your World Cup. Let's see your World Cup Movember entries. Let's get some national colours in there. I want to see some national tashes. If we get at least one other, I will show you mine. Yes, I will show you mine if you show me yours. But I've got mine. I have to say, my Movember is a little bit rubbish at the moment because I've never actually grown a moustache. You know, well, you don't know what it's like at all, Rachel, but you know what it's like overall. It's just not that good. I'm not really impressed with it, to be fair. To be honest, well, it looks like a caterpillar died on your lip. It really did. So at this stage, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, we've got ourselves, about a couple of minutes before we will head over to the next stage of proceedings. That will be the road course. And the road course, I think, arguably, Iberia will definitely be back in it. I think the question is going to be, how little will Finland push? But also, what will happen with Northwest? Can they hold on? Well, I don't really know what they're like on the road, so this is going to be an eye-opener for me. But we know, as a certainty, Iberia are very strong. Expect them to be around the top end. Probably best of the rest, let's be honest, because Finland are looking dominating this week. It's all up for grabs, so it could well be Northwest, it could well be Iberia. We're going to have to watch to see. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. That's my Movember. We're never going to see that one ever again. It is going to be hidden in the depths of time forever. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the top of the hour here on RaceSpot TV. Therefore, we're going to step aside. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time as we prepare for coverage of the road course race from the World Cup of iRacing. Stick with us. We'll be back very, very soon.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going to the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it.
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the second part of our coverage here on RaceSpot TV for the Group C tournament stage of the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. Club Finland, Iberia, Midwest, Scandinavia and West getting set to go battle here at Road Atlanta in the Roof C-Spec as we move away from the ovals onto the road course. Drivers have had to make themselves a little bit of a journey from Kentucky Motor Speedway over to Road Atlanta. Oh, seeing as it's a virtual world, it wasn't too difficult for them at all. Will Vincent's still here with Rachel Whiteford and Katie Scott. Qualifications are underway here. We'll get to the action in just one moment's time, but Rachel, very different change of pace. Road Atlanta is a track that demands the utmost from drivers.
Absolutely, it demands total respect because this track is hard. It is a very, very tough circuit. Sector 1 especially is a nightmare. It requires almost metronomic memory of the track because you have to make those moves at the right point to just stay on the track. It is difficult. And we're going to see some great action here tonight, Will, because I'm looking at the current driver lineup we have from the top split here tonight. We have some names that are rather familiar to us. Obviously, we have Gregor Hutu and Rico Aladalo from Club Finland. But two names we'll recognise, and anyone who watches regularly the STC Black Cup will recognise Ade Cobo Lopez and Jesus Cecilia, two of Iberia's deadliest weapons.
We've got ourselves here Katie Scott as well. Katie is keeping an eye out on the second split that is going on. Katie, interesting to note that we've got a lot of drivers from Club Northwest in that one. And I've just noticed we made a complete snafu there on our overlay. It's Club Northwest, not Club Midwest in this one, so we're just going to hide that one. Qualification times up on the left-hand side. Don't you dare laugh at me. That was all Hugo Luis's fault, not mine. But Club Northwest have got themselves a very interesting battle in the second split. In that, they've got themselves 5 drivers, arguably the chance to get themselves some big points.
Oh, absolutely. Carl Beck, Logan Sheets, Sean Brightsman again, the hero of the second split, Brian Barnes and William Fletcher turned up for Northwest. West are low numbers again, they've only got the one driver, and Iberia have only got 4 drivers, which is going to make their job hard. But Northwest, Scandinavia, Finland have all got 5 drivers.
Riding along board then with Gregor Hutu on an outlap. You'll see we'll ride along board of him for this. His next lap, he's got the fastest time so far by about 4.5 tenths per second over Samuel De La Fonte in the number 13 car. And although Mourinho has just moved himself up into the second position, that's not going to be too much of an upset to the Iberia drivers because they're now second and third place. Gregor Hutu, let's ride along board of him, Rachel, as he works himself down and towards turn number 1.
Yeah, this is, as I said, Will, the most critical sector of this track. See Hutu getting that run through turn 1. And now we come to the trickiest part. We've got a blind left-hander over that apex and a blind right because you just don't know where they're coming from. Round, fairly easy, this turn 4, and now 5. This is a difficult one because it jumps out at you. Wiggly section up ahead, that's what I'm going to call it. This fine next turn he's coming through now. Big apex curve, very easy to push it wide and make a massive mistake. We see lots of accidents in this sector. Coming down now to the double apex almost section of this track. Nice, easy initial entry. Take it out wide. And then very, very tight, slow second apex. Big exit there for Hutu onto the straight. He's going to make that big run down that very long back straight. It climbs, it drops, and you see a lot of drafting here and a lot of passing, let's not forget. Hutu, of course, obviously road specialist. He's 4-time champion now in the Drivers' World Championship of iRacing.com. Here we come down now to the chicane. Makes that left, nice and easy. Can he get it lined to that right? Yes, he can. Good entry in the mid-corner. Got the car stopped there from Scandinavia on the exit. Over the crest, down on the... Oh, and he dives into the pits. So it wasn't a hot lap, but it's a good example of one.
Yep, and actually it's a very good example of how to make a very good pit entry there, Rachel.
Very, very, very good pit entry because he doesn't even break his speed. He just dives into the pits. But that's Gregor Hutu. He doesn't make mistakes.
Well, Well, he does. We have seen him make some mistakes in iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series competition. We have, of course, got other drivers out on the racetrack. A couple of people I want to pay attention to is Abby Copa Lopez. We talked about him earlier on. He's working himself towards the end of a lap. What can he do? We'll keep an eye out on him as he does himself a 1 minute 23.939. Currently sat in 6th place in qualifications, Rachel. Looking, however, I think, to go a little bit faster.
Oh, he definitely is. He's now coming up on the northwest traffic ahead of him. That is the 77 car of Jim Pankinen. Obviously, he's aborted that lap because he got slowed down massively there. No, Copa Lopez, he's a very fast driver, as we know. Unfortunately, not quite as consistent as some. He does tend to end up in trouble, whether of his own making or somebody else's. He can be a little bit of a, shall we say, lottery when it comes to being at the front. We know he's fast. He knows he's fast. Not everybody else recognises that, though.
And we've also currently scored on the racetrack is Marcus Johansson. We saw him in the oval race a little bit earlier on. As he works himself down towards turn number 6 and 7, he is looking to try and do something with Club Scandinavia. And Katia, you mentioned something whilst we were at commercial. They are, I don't know how to say this in a nice way, so I'll say it the only way there is, disheartened right now.
Well, it was actually me who said it. It was Rachel who said it, wasn't it? But yes, I think they thought they got a really good chance of giving Finland a hard time. Certainly in the race that I watched, they just didn't get a break. Got involved in a couple of incidents, which I'm not sure is their fault, and ultimately struggled, and Northwest came out on top.
Well, and I think that's the thing for Scandinavia, is we thought that they were also going to give the clubs quite a lot of hassle, and they did. That's the thing, as Johansson just pulls off at the side of the racetrack there, coming back out on towards pit road as we speak. We expected Scandinavia to give these people quite a lot of hassle, shall we say, as we now have a look at the number 22 car of Tommy Hacker in the number, and they didn't. And it's a shame to them that they didn't, because otherwise this could have been an incredibly interesting road race, Rachel, with 3 clubs arguably looking to try and get themselves that wildcard position.
Absolutely, but I do think, as much as we now think that Scandinavia are really on the edge of contention to a point where they really aren't, they can be a major factor in this race, because they can score points that take them away from Northwest and Iberia. So this is going to be critical. If they can put in a big performance, it will also dictate who goes through.
Having a look then at one of the Club Finland cars of Antti Pijala as he works himself around the racetrack right now. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left of qualifications. It looks as though things have all but settled down. Julian Rodriguez Marino is also scored on the racetrack. Whilst we have the opportunity, we're going to step aside, then we'll come back with final results from qualifications in just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the World Cup of iRacing here on RaceSpot TV. We'll be back in just one moment. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and guess what, Rachel? We fixed it.
We fixed it indeed. What did we fix?
We fixed the logo.
Oh my god, we have a logo.
No, not our logo, the Northwest logo. You've not been
We
paying
did.
attention to this broadcast at all, have you?
I'm drinking, of course I'm not paying attention. I put way too much wine in my carbonara.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And
please,
it's coming back to
whatever
bite
you
me.
do, please drink responsibly. You're watching RaceSpot TV, the home of the Group C qualifications here, and of course also the finals in just 1 week's time. I'd like to give a shout out to Julian Rodriguez Marino, A, for going fastest in provisional qualifying, and also for breaking our overlay. He's now 12 1,000ths of a second ahead of Gregor Hutu. Hutu is back out on the racetrack. There you see him coming out right now, trying to snatch that pole position away, but Marino has been able to break our overlay, Rachel.
He has indeed, of course. Nice big long name there, which the overlay doesn't like. Although, just missed Rico Atalo having a big crash actually out to the first sector. He's pushing very hard right now, looking to try and snatch that pole and move further up.
And there you see Riccio Alatalo in the number 12 car. These outlaps are generally slow, so this is why you see them taking all forms of crazy random lines to let their teammates go past as well. There you can see Alatalo, and there you can see right behind is Gregor Hutu as they work themselves out of 5. Now down towards his double apex right-hander for turn 6 and 7, Rachel.
Yeah, he's on an outlap, so don't expect it to be anything spectacular. But, of course, good run out of this final straight. It sets you up for the chicane in the final corner, and it's all about rhythm. There really isn't really a slow line around Road Atlanta. Once you learn the track, you've just got to drive it as hard as you can.
There
And
is a slow line.
this
It's
first-
called the grass and the gravel.
Yes, of course, there is the grass and the gravel, but these guys don't exactly like it, although the Finns apparently are equally fast on gravel as they are on concrete, as we well know from the World Rally Championship. But yeah, they're coming down now, Gregor Hutu and Atalo to the chicane. This is going to be a setup for a big lap, I hope.
And we've got Katie Scott here as well. Just run through what's going on in the event that you're keeping an eye out on. This is the Split 2 event.
Yeah, we've got big names in this race. We've got Aleski Aloma. I'll never pronounce that right.
Alexi.
On a 1:23.456. Nice and easy. I can manage the time. 1:23.456. Ahead of Yo Freitas. I'm terrible with names, aren't I?
How?
Andres. Pardon?
Yow.
Andreas Quintana in 3rd. Timo Leivinen in 4th, and Yoni Blackman in 5th. So, a few big names up front in this split.
To give you an update, by the way, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who has PM'd me, shouting at me over the last couple of years with issues with their names. Checker flag is out, by the way. So if you're on a lap, this is your last one, Rachel. We've got the sector times on board with Gregor Hutu. Can Mourinho beat him?
Well, it's all going to be important, but of course we have here Alatalo and Hutu are now nose to tail. Big draft, of course. Teamwork important here. They're giving each other a massive overspeed. Actually, no, it's Hutu backing up to Alatalo to help him go faster. You see Hutu dab his brakes there on the straight to let Alatalo through, to let him catch up. Big overspeed there, and then Hutu pulls off to the side, lets Alatalo go through that final corner with much higher speed. You see him sliding there, trying to keep that car under control as he tries to carry as much momentum as possible. Over the crest, under the bridge, round the last corner. Let's see what this lap's going to be, Will.
Well, I'll tell you what, Alatalo, of course, he got his first pole position in World Championship Series history at Road Atlanta. This time, he does not improve. He will start this race today in P number 4. We've got someone like De La Fuente still scored on the racetrack, riding on board with him. Coming up the hill, over the hill, down the hill. In the number 13 Iberia car, as he will try and get himself now a little bit further up the timing scorings. And he was in 6th, he moves himself up to 6th position. No improvement at all. Alexi Usiakola, can he improve? As he is, well, he surely hasn't got time to complete this lap. So, should we just ignore him, Rachel?
I think we should. We cover him far too much as it is.
Yeah, I think we should as well. Just very quickly, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is get ourselves ready for this. And what we're going to do is we're going to run through... Oh, we can't even do that yet because qualifying is not finished yet. But it is going to be Julian Rodriguez Marino starting on pole position for today's event. And you can see caution lights coming on as we get ready for the starts here at the beautiful Road Atlanta. And to run through your starting grid. It's going to be Julian Rodriguez Marino starting a pole position by 12 1,000ths of a second over Gregor Hutu. So Club Iberia getting themselves an early advantage over Club Finland. Jesus Cecilia in third with Riku Aratalo in the fourth position. Then we head back a little bit further. You can see Tommy Hakka in the fifth position and Samuel De La Fonte in sixth place. Finland from Iberia. Marcus Hansen from Club Scandinavia in the seventh position. Alexei Yusiakoda in eighth for Club Finland. And then it will be Antti Pajala in 9th place for Club Finland and Francesco Itzvi in the 10th spot for Club Iberia. Andy Copa Lopez in 11th for Iberia. Keep an eye out on him, starting outside the top 10. We know he's good on race pace. And Evangelos Voicius in 12th spot there for Club Scandinavia. Then Carl Fredrik Hunsong for Club Scandinavia. Danny Hensberg for Scandinavia 13th and 14th positions. Hans Gunnar Hansen for Scandinavia in 15th. Kevin Brown in 16th. Rest of qualifications coming up on your screen. What do we expect here with a lot of Club Northwest drivers at the rear of the field, Rachel, knowing that they have a shot of making it into the finals?
Yeah, of course, this is critical. Well, Scandinavia in contention by the numbers, but not realistically with a chance. They can, however, upset the fight for that wildcard spot between Club Northwest and Club Iberia. Club Iberia, of course, let's not forget, are all over the top 7 of this race. They've got a really good chance. Club Finland, of course, are pretty much going to be through.
So then, we are just waiting for this race to get overway. It is Julian Rodriguez Marino who is leading the way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to coverage of this, the second part of our event here on RaceSpot TV. Those lights are on, and the road race will start right now. Great start there by Hutu from the second position. He's going to try and look to the outside as they come down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Hutu started second. Rachel is up to first.
Yeah, brilliant started from Hutu. He's not exactly been the best qualifier. Oh, got a crash! We have a West car, I believe, turned around there. I'm trying to work out who that is.
We've got Danny
Lots of
Henberg
contact.
very slow at the rear of the field. We'll try and get ourselves a replay of that one in a couple of moments' time. We have bookmarked that. We will come back to it. But Gregor Hutu, as they work themselves out the S's, down towards 6 and 7 for the first time, is leading the way. And see, it's a 45-minute race, and you can see it's Finland from Iberia from Finland, as they work themselves down through 6 and 7 for the first time onto this long back straightaway. And I tell you what, now with a chance if Aratalo wants to get himself past one of these Iberia cars, he can try and do so. But I don't think he's got the time, the opportunity as it stands right now, Rachel.
No, he doesn't. Of course, they're still bunched up, which is a great time to take advantage of the draft on this track with all the cars close together. But he's not quite there, so it won't be this time round, Will.
So as to say, it is Finland, Iberia, Finland. And then Johansson running in what I have to say is an incredibly cool paint scheme there for Club Scandinavia, running in the 5th position. I think that might win the award, Katia, for Skin of the Year as far as the World Cup is concerned.
So I was that engrossed with the with my split, where we've already got one retirement. Carl Burke from Northwest was involved in the turn 1 crash.
Yeah, we have a Finland car off. That is Tommy Haker there in the Club Finland machine. Again, we'll bookmark that on. We'll get ourselves a replay of that. And it seems to be that turn 1 is going to be incredibly difficult for drivers all race long. This is going to be a replay then on board with Tommy Haker in the number 22 car. Rachel working himself down towards turn number 1. Had the draw from one of the Club Scandinavia cars coming down into that first corner. Just seemed to be, he pushed himself wide there, tried to outbrake the car ahead of him. That line got cut off, and he was very lucky to avoid the wall there in turn number 1.
Very, very lucky. A really awkward place to go off there, and yeah, great recovery. No, this is getting frantic very early. Of course, 45 minutes is a sprint race in road racing. These guys are going to have to push very hard for that early track position, break that draft of the back straightaway, and get themselves a fixed position. Oh, and by the way, in terms of best paint schemes for the World Cup, I think New I's oval team was pretty good.
I completely disagree with you on that one, Rachel, but we'll come back to that one a little bit later on. Gregor Hutu leads the way as it stands right now from Julian Rodriguez Marino as he works himself out of the final corner. It is a timed race here. We'll get the ticker running along because it's a road race. The bottom of your screen, you can see there's the gap between Hutu and Marino. It's 0.8 of a second, then a further 0.3 back to Cecilia, who runs in that third position, side-by-side racing. Johansson on the inside, then the outside there of that number 12 car, battle for position. It looks like that Johansson might actually have that position, but they're going to stay side-by-side, Rachel. You don't go side-by-side through the S's without something happening.
This is incredible, Will. I've never seen cars go too wide through practically the entire S's. We see there Johansson go for it and looking at the undercut on Alatalo, but that's not quite enough. But my God, you don't just see that at Road Atlanta. Too wide in Sector 1. We said it's the most treacherous on your own. This is why these guys are the top split of their class. They are incredible.
So that you see out of the front was Rico Alatalo in the number 12 Club Finland car. Behind him is Marcus Johansson in the number 137 Club Scandinavia car. Just behind them is Samuel Dalafunte in the number 13 Club Iberia car as we ride back again along board with Johansson. He's trying to find a lane. He'll have to go down to the inside because Alatalo blocks the outside. Will he break later? No, he won't. Alatalo will keep that position for the time being. But Alatalo, I have to say, defensive move, yes, but we have to go down to that conversation. Was that proactive or reactive, Rachel?
I think it was more reactive perhaps than proactive, because he didn't really want to find himself in that situation. I don't think anyone wants to put themselves there, but as we see right now, defensive is not exactly what he needs to be doing. He needs to be going after Jesus, Cecilia and Marino to try and make up some places, because right now Finland are not doing that well. Of course, position 1, positions 2 and 3 are Iberia. This is what they need to do, remember, to get those positions back. Finland and of course Scandinavia and Marcus Johansson are of course putting spanners in those works.
And we talked about how Iberia would likely be a lot stronger on the road event in comparison to the road event, but Iberia really are taking the fight to Club Finland as it stands right now. As you see your entire field of cars coming through, and at the very end of the field is a Northwest driver. So what was going to be a very good start for them, Rachel, and the oval side of things doesn't work out as well and when we get to the road course.
No, and obviously it's a little stereotypical to say that perhaps the American clubs might be stronger on the oval, but it does seem to be somewhat of a trend. Not exclusive, but relatively, shall we say. Of course, these guys, they've got some very, very good road races, but none quite as spectacular as Finland, Iberia and Scandinavia, because these guys do this as their daily job sometimes.
Julian Rodriguez Marino is just about 8 tenths of a second behind Gregor Hutu as we're having a look from the rear of Hutu as they work themselves through turn number 1 once again. And your top 3 drivers are separated by 1.2 seconds on the racetrack, as now we get a look from on board of Julian Rodriguez Marino in the Club Iberia car, who we love, Rachel, because they have a way of breaking our overlays.
They do indeed, of course, that very Hispanic trend of having more names than you can possibly find in the dictionary. I think they perhaps cover the baby in glue and throw them at the dictionary, maybe.
Well, actually, I have a logical explanation for this. That
you do?
Yes, I do. If you pay attention to Ayrton Senna's name, his real name is Ayrton Senna de Silva. Now, the de Silva part of that, the last name, in the same way that in certain Middle Eastern, you would have Patel, for example, or you'd have Khan. Actually, that last name, I wouldn't say you can ignore it. It's a name given by a caste or by a group of families overall, whereas actually it's the middle name which drivers refer to as their overall middle name. So actually, it's Rodriguez, which arguably would be used as the middle name in some circumstances. Of course, in racing, you refer to them as the name that's given to you when you do the iRacing or the real racing kind of like entry form. But we're having a look there at that battle now with Alatalo, Johansson and Defunte, and this is a great three-way scrap, and this is what we really want to see, Rachel.
It is, and it's nice to see people actually bringing it to Gregor Hutu. He's clearly fast, but these guys are almost as fast, and that's of course 2 Iberia racing team cars. Cecilia, of course, let's not forget, raced here in the STC Black Cup. He's familiar with his track, he's got more recent race experience than perhaps Hutu might. This could be critical, Will.
Indeed so, as we are just going to have a look then at the lap times as it stands right now for your top 3 drivers. And there you can see Gregor Hutu. His last lap time was a 1 minute 24.013. Then you have a look back to Marino. He does a 1 minute 23.859, so actually faster that last lap. And then Cecilia, a 1 minute 23.781, as we now ride along board with Cecilia. And there is the gap to the leader from number 3 to your race lead. It's just 1 second on the racetrack. And Katia, how are things going over in split 2? Is it as close as this?
The front ends, you got Aleski Loma's 2.5 seconds clear, so he's got a reasonably good cushion. But the real battle's down with the Northwest guys just outside the top 10. Michael Gustafsson is in the middle of a monumental Northwest sandwich of 4 cars, and those are the only 4 Northwest cars still running, so they've got to hope perhaps they can gain a couple more spots with incidents from other cars, try and get their way past this Scandinavian, and they might still have a chance.
And there you can see your top 3 as they work themselves then through turn number 3 and 4 and now into 5. And Road to Atlanta is such a very complicated racetrack. We talked about that one as it is. We'll get your top 10 as it stands on the left hand side of your screen, and you can see that as it stands right now, it is Gregor Hutu from Marina, from Sicilia, from Alatalo, from Johansson, from Funte, from Ayusi Akola, from Cabo Lopez, from Steve, and then Hudsong. Has something happened to Johansson? Is that just yes, Johansson has just had a moment down on the racetrack there, Rachel.
He has indeed, and it seems that he was pushing so hard recently to catch Rico Alatalo that I think he just pushed too hard, Will, and he lost it. Brilliant effort though from Marcus Johansson to keep it up there, just not perhaps enough to keep up with, Riku, who's one of the fastest we've seen on a road course.
Oh
my God! Just watching now,
it.
all 3 cars from Club Scandinavia have just been passed by, I think, one of the American cars. I'm trying to work out how this was, but that was, if I could find the damn number 37 of Antti-Pihala, right, that's Club Finland. Never mind.
There you see another look there, Marcus Johansson, with it was a 2-stage incident, first losing it as he was trying to get past Rico Alatalo and then making contact, I believe, with one of the Finnish drivers, but he is back out onto the racetrack. And there you can see as well, we'll show you in just one moment's time, Antti-Pihala, there you see he's now up a position as he now runs himself into the 9th position in that Club Finland car. We'll have a look from the rear of him, and there you can see the gap between himself and Johansson. Some substantial damage to the front of Johansson's car there, Rachel.
Yeah, very substantial, but it depends on exactly how much this will affect him. Of course, on the main back straight, it's a big factor, but as we've seen from the 24-hour of Spa, he can still do quite a lot with a heavily damaged roof.
So then they work themselves down the back straight away, working themselves down towards the chicane once again, and they can see the damage to Johansson's car, and they can see the gap between Antti-Pihala and Marcus Johansson as we are getting close to 15 minutes into this 45-minute event. And to bring Katie Scott back into this, of course, the overall race is a lap count race with a time limit. This one is pure time limit, but there is a fuel restriction involved.
Yes, we want to add the excitement to these races, so but we don't want the races to be too long. Leave that for other events. So there's a 60% limit on the tank, which I think takes you to about 35 minutes in the race. There's about 10 minutes left. So you can either run 50-50. If you're stuck in traffic and maybe an incident early on, you might want to pit early. So from anything on for about 13 minutes into the race, you can expect pit stops depending on how people are running.
And one of the big differences between these roof cars in this road race and the trucks, Rachel, is that the trucks, they start with a full tank of fuel under all circumstances. The road course cars, the roofs, put as much fuel in there as you want. So we've got ourselves essentially a 25-minute window of when you want to come into pit road.
Yeah, it's going to be critical, of course, whether you short stint the first part or fill it up and then make a shorter run at the end. It's down to really the strategy the teams want to play. Of course, here, the biggest factor is tyres. This car, unlike the GT3 cars with the recent changes from the Season 4 update, where the GT3 cars will have to take fuel, then tyres, which of course changes strategy massively, the C-Spec is just slow. I think they hired Quick Fit or something, because it's... you take your fuel and your tyres at the same time, but they take a long time. So taking the fuel you require is 7 seconds faster than taking tyres as well. which will be a major factor. Can you make them last? Do you need them? You're going to have to stop anyway. Do you take them? Is there a gap?
Well, we did see in the 24 hours of Spa 1 week ago that drivers were doing stints of about 55 minutes. So arguably, you might not have to take tyres. However, we do know that fresh rubber KTR can be a huge factor. And again, the World Cup is not just about how fast you can drive. It is about that idea of strategy. Can you work as a team to come up with the best solution for all circumstances, as we ride along board with Avi Lopez, who already has worked his way up 5 places in this event?
Oh, absolutely. And in fact, we saw it in the Group B rough race. One of the UK and I drivers made a very late pit stop, didn't take tyres, and was able to hold on to the end. But if you do the undercut, it can work as well, because the tyres can be worth about a second a lap. Quick update from this race: the hero of the oval race just spun at the end of the end of the S's, and has rejoined back down in 13th. We have got one Northwest in the top 10 now, but it's Finland, Aleski Loma and Timo Leivinen, then Jao Freitas for Iberia, then Backman, Tapani.
Panalaniotto.
That's the one. Lamy in Finland, so 4 there in the 5 of the top 6, and then we've got 2 Iberians before the first Northwest driver.
Can I just say, I think I now understand why they got RaceSpot to do the event that had Club Finland in it, because you all know that I've had some mediocre form of experience of understanding the Club Finland drivers. We're having a look here, and this is the interesting thing. Out front, it is Gregor Hutu leading the way with 2 Iberian drivers. Then we can just see over the hill here is Rico Adatalo. Then you see just behind is Alexia Loma. So you've got Club Finland from 2 Iberia drivers and 2 Finnish drivers and 3 Iberia drivers. And actually, the Iberia drivers, as we expected, Rachel, are going incredibly fast in the road race.
They are indeed, and they're putting a big effort in, of course, and it's really making a big factor in this race. The Iberia we always knew would be stronger on the road race, so it's great to see them actually up there, making the challenge, and actually, finally, for these 2 races, bringing a challenge to Finland. So awesome to see, Will.
And I think the question here will be, Katia, was this going to be enough for Iberia, or the fact that they had, I wouldn't call it a lackluster showing, but a difficult showing in the Oval, is that going to hurt their chance, do you think, of getting that wildcard spot? Because as I said at the top of this broadcast, you needed one clearly defined second place team, and Midwest was that team in the Oval race. Iberia are clearly that second team in the road race.
I think they can do it. They're doing quite well in your split, in the top split, and that's going to be crucial. They're dropping back a little bit from Finland in this race, but they were only, if they've got to really scored heavily in this split. But if they do it, they've got a chance. They're on the back foot. Northwest got mountain to climb, so I wouldn't be surprised if you find Australia are still here at the end, but they're certainly not out of it.
A couple of Scandinavian drivers battling right now for P12 and P13 on the racetrack. And this arguably wouldn't be that much of a fight, Rachel, between these 2 beautifully painted cars from Scandinavia as they battle for P12 and 13 on the racetrack. But what would you do now if you're in Scandinavia's position? Is it the case of be bold on strategy and hope it comes back to you?
I don't think realistically Scandinavia can win the wildcard spot. It's a little bit beyond them, but I think it could be possible for them to make an upset and dictate who goes through. Obviously right now Northwest aren't really making the showing we expected from them, so it is really just in Iberia's hands. I think it would have to be all of Scandinavia having a dominating day, beating everybody to even have a numerical chance, and right now I think they're realising that how disheartened they probably are. I believe we had a press release from Club Scandinavia before this race started stating quite categorically that we suck. Of course, that's not from the team captain. Please blame Linus Blomstrom if you want to for that, but they said they had a big mountain to climb and that they weren't really expecting to get the wild card. They were going to try, but they really didn't seem to have much hope. So I think perhaps Scandinavia are just running out the numbers now.
We've got a couple of people on pit road. I'm going to have to interrupt you as you see a Club Scandinavia car overshooting his pit stop. As we have got pit stops underway here, as we see a Northwest car coming out of pit road. That is Jimbo Pfeiffer. Just behind him as well, you've got Hans Gunnar Hansen on pit road. You also have John Brown coming out of pit road in the Club Northwest car, and Kevin Brown scored on pit road for the Club Northwest team. So pit stops are underway all of a sudden here, Rachel.
Yes, they are indeed, and I think this could be now the critical part of this race. Obviously, these guys are short pitting, going to take a full tank to the end. This, I think, is exposing your hand a little early for this one. Maybe not the right decision to make, but it's certainly one that works. I'd just like to point out, though, that Hans Gunnar Hansen actually went wide out of the chicane onto the sand pit and then limped his way into pits, obviously changing his strategy after that rather big off.
Yeah, and you can actually see that there is some substantial issues to his car. You know what that means, Rachel?
What does that mean, Will?
It means the pen. There you can see the damage
is
to
out.
his race car. There you can see the damage, and his right front, driver's right front, is completely destroyed.
Yeah, he's clearly had contact at some point with another driver. Wasn't a war because he didn't hit it when he went through the sand, but a lot of those Scandinavian cars very damaged.
As we're having a look now at this battle that continues to rage on with P1, P2, P3 between Hutu, Mourinho and Cecilia. Now we know that on raw pace, Iberia had the match for Finland because we saw that in qualifying. And I want to take us back, Katia, to last year, because Club UK and Ireland had themselves a good showing in the road course side of things, but then fell apart in the ovals. Iberia fell apart in the ovals, and now having to rely on a strong road course showing. You can do it on the road courses, but if you're Iberia and you do get the wildcard spot, you've got to be thinking, we need to find a way of getting positions in 1 week's time when we get to the final. Otherwise, there's almost no point in us being there than to represent our country. Jeez.
Well,
ease.
Well, no, I mean, just getting to the finals is a big achievement, especially when you look at the runner-up spot. There's only, was it 15 points? Was it between the two clubs at the moment? That
yeah.
Just getting to the final can be a huge achievement. But yeah, I think that they have got they've got to get their oval pace working properly in order to have a chance to the overall title, because they certainly seem to have the pace on the roadside to do the job.
As we're having a look at Cecilia there, right behind his teammates, they work themselves down the crest, down towards the start-finish line, and there you can see Cecilia running himself in the third position right now, right behind his teammate, Rodriguez Mourinho. And again, psychologically, Rachel, a victory for either one of these Iberia drivers will be huge, but from anyone who has watched the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, you know when Gregor Hutu gets on fire, don't you? What about now?
Yeah, Gregor Hutu is slow to the boil. He doesn't exactly get excited for qualifying because he doesn't find it interesting. He doesn't find the early laps interesting. Now he's realizing, I might have a chance to win the race, so I should probably start driving really quickly. And
that is the worst Finnish accent I've ever heard.
I know,
in my
and I
life.
apologise to the entire Finnish nation for that appalling imitation. But no, Gregor wakes up about this point of the race and thinks, I'd better drive. And off he goes. And yeah, usually all you see is his taillights.
As just behind him, you have Tomi Häkkinen battling right now with Antti Bajala for position. These are two Club Finland drivers, so I wouldn't expect to see too much excitement between these two as they continue along. Katia, any updates from the second split race?
Yeah, Northwest here have followed the same strategy as in your race. First into the pits was Sean Breisman, but they're all running fairly close towards the back of the field at the moment. But they've also all pitted, so it'll be interesting to see whether a bit of new tyre speed boost can gain them some places and then hold off to the end. It's certainly possible. We'll see if it works out.
As we're having a look now from the rear of someone, who's Antti Bajala battling with Tomi Häkkinen in the battle for position. But again, these are two Finnish drivers, so arguably there's not going to be much of a difference between these two. So we can see confirmation number 37 car of Andy Brajado, who we are riding on board with from the rear. As we are about halfway through this race here on RaceSpot TV, pit stops are coming up, and that means we've got one moment to step aside. We'll be right back with continuing coverage after this 37.5 second ad break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage here on RaceSpot TV of this, the Group C tournament for the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. You see a couple of people on pit road, including your race leader, Gregor Hutu, who has just come in to make his stop. And Rachel, nice pit entry, as we would expect from the four-time iRacing.com world champion.
Yeah, you don't really expect many faults from someone of his talent. And of course, in for his pit stop, quite a long one, gets his fuel and tyres on that car before making his way back out on the track. But, you know, this is a cycle that we expected in this race. We know that these drivers, judging by the time it's taken out on track, they've gone for a full tank on the initial run. Which is what we expect.
Luke_WJ says that pen is magical. Yes, you are right. That pen has magical capabilities. As Hutu there, this is important, getting himself past that lap traffic there, the Club Northwest car, because that could have really hurt him. We need to remember the Club Iberia car is only a couple of seconds back, and they haven't yet pitted. So even if Iberia come onto pit road in the next couple of laps, this could be an incredibly close race all of a sudden here, Rachel.
It could indeed. Like I say, the strategy is obviously very similar for these cars because they're all pitting about this window. Gregor now has to have a really fast run to make and break away from those second and third place cars that he had before his pit stop. If he can do that, he can retain the lead, and we all know he can do that sort of thing. In fact, he did it at Circuit Park Zandvoort in the DWC to actually secure his championship this year. Now, Gregor knows when to push. These guys obviously all...
Oh, that was mighty close there. Two Iberica cars. We had one spinning. Replay coming up on your screen, but that was almost game over there for Club Iberia.
Who was that?
I'm not quite sure. We're going to have to get confirmation in a moment. I believe that was potentially Mourinho. And we're just having a look there, see if it is him. We're right along board with him. And yes, indeed it was. It was one of those two cars in the S's. I believe it might have actually been the 309 car there, who has fallen down. That was Denny Heinberg. And oh, one of those Iberica cars had a huge amount of damage there. And that was Mourinho. Confirmation there. Julian Rodriguez Mourinho. A ton of damage, Rachel. That is the last thing you want. We'll get another replay as we work along board with him.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what actually happened there.
Well, I believe he came off that corner a lot faster than the Team Scandinavia car ahead of him. The 309 of Danny Hagenberg, he came off with a lot more speed. Now, as he tries to arrest it, that roof C-spec, of course, no traction control, very different to the GT3 track variant. He just gets a little loose as he tries to brake and slow down more on that limited grip, and it puts him sideways. He gets a bit of lock, he drifts it back to the right, obviously. Unfortunately, here comes his teammate. He would have been fine if it hadn't been for that number 15 car of Jesus Cecilia. Cecilia's car almost untouched, and bam! Boom, confetti, crash, bang, wallop. Looks like we had our second place car is now well and truly out of the running.
What a change of events for Iberia, who at that point arguably could have just stolen the wildcard spot away. But we're going to get another look here from Cecilia, and this is going to be as they work themselves out of the S's down towards turn 5, Here you see Cecilia coming in, and then all of a sudden we ride along board, and there you are, boom, confetti. Cecilia gets away with it without too much of an issue there, Rachel, but that was a huge, huge loss for Club Iberia overall.
No, certainly, and it's not something that could be avoided. It's not close racing when you didn't need to. That's a freak accident. You know, he wasn't expecting Hagenberg to be that slow out of the corner. Lap traffic, of course, not perhaps running at the same pace, and he had to check up. And of course, the car does not exactly want to change what it's doing when it's out there on the limited grip, doing its thing. The balance is there. You try and change that balance, very weird things can happen. And unfortunately, cost him that balance and that grip, put him sideways. He corrects it, and unfortunately, there is his teammate. Totally accidental and unavoidable.
Some damage is occurred actually to Mourinho's race car. We'll see if we can get a look on board and show you exactly what we mean. Now, Rachel, if you have a look at the front of that race car right about here, you can see that it's all completely bent up.
Yeah, a lot of serious damage for him there. Really, really not good. Not exactly what he needed at all. Not entirely sure if he's had another contact since that initial wobble, shall we call it, an impact with his teammate. In fact, looking back on my replay, I don't actually see anything else other than that incident. Just unfortunate and more severe damage than we expected, Will.
As we're now having a look at Jesus Cecilia, we expect him to pit road in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So therefore, he might come on this time by. He might wait one more lap. And of course, with the STC, we did see that this was one of those things that these drivers, some of them, were waiting as long as they possibly can. The number 15 car, Jesus Cecilia, will go past the pit entry cones. Will Mourinho do the same? The answer to that question is going to be yes, he will as well. So, despite the incident, the Iberia cars are running to a number right now, Rachel.
They are, in fact, and like I said, we saw from the World Cup, not the World Cup, sorry, I'm thinking about the wrong thing. 24 hours of Spa on RaceSpot TV, the roofs can still drive pretty damn fast with a lot of damage, especially bodywork, especially at the front. As you know with the roof, rear engine. Yeah. There's not much in the front of that car other than aerodynamic properties, and we did see in that race, by the end of it, being the slowest class and having the HPDs usually jump up and down on top of them with both feet, they got rather abused, and you still seeing competitive lap times. Julian Rodriguez Mourinho is a very fast driver, and I think we saw it 1 minute 24.9 from the last time round. That's only a second off pace. Considering the amount of damage he has, that's a phenomenal effort.
I'll tell you what, I had an analogy there, and I looked at my clock, realised we're 6 minutes before the watershed. Gregor Hutu in the Club Finland car, working himself in the 5th position right now. He has made a pit stop. All of the drivers ahead of him have yet to do so. So we expect to see him on pit road in the next couple of laps. Drivers who have pitted, well, all of Club Finland, Samuel De La Fuente as well. It looks as though, I think, Rachel, he was the driver designated onto that alternate strategy in that number 13 car.
Yeah, it could well be, and I think it's going to be important to see exactly what these guys do, but I think Finland made the best choice here because they pitted late enough that they're running a full fuel stint for the initial run, but early enough that they actually will have a better track position. Yeah, Cecilia's now into the pits, of course, P1, relinquishing that lead as he comes in to take 4 tyres and racing fuel.
Whoa, that's something on my bingo card, not yours.
I'm so sorry. Cecilia also, by the way, Will, very damaged, so not only Mourinho, but Cecilia.
Yeah, it's the front end of that car for Cecilia, who had some issues. 10.5 seconds, so fuel only. He is out and away, but he falls out behind Gregor Hutu. That's the important part, Rachel.
It is indeed, and of course, Gregor Hutu's car not damaged. A very pristine, beautiful, if understated, finished blue roof C-spec. Of course, Hutu now stuck behind lap traffic. Will he get past him? Probably. Where will he do it? Whenever he feels like it. But Hutu there, he's got that lead back. That's what he needed. In the cycle of things, this will be his. Of course, Mourinho, we know, is damaged. Cobo Lopez has not pitted yet. He will have to shortly. He will, however, be lighter with fresher tyres, Will. Pitting as late as physically possible means these guys will have more rubber on their tyres. But will people like Hutu have eaten away that difference in the intervening laps?
That's right, along board with Abby Copa Lopez. They can see he's 2 seconds behind your current race leader, which is Julian Rodriguez Mourinho. So Mourinho come onto pit road this time by? No, they don't. So both of them will stay out. And what this does, Rachel, is it makes it a splashing dash. Every lap you stay out, it saves you about 0.3 of a second. So for Copa Lopez, running himself right now in that second position on the racetrack, and also, of course, for Julian Marino, who is leading the way right now. They are both saving time. Marino is damaged, however, and that damage to that front end is incredible. Also to the right-hand side of his car as well.
Yeah, and last time around we saw that when Cecilia pitted and Hutu beat him obviously out of pit road, there was about 24 seconds between Cecilia and Hutu. Now, Hutu's closed that gap to 17 seconds. That's going to put him roughly 5 to 6 seconds ahead of the two Club Iberia cars when they finally pit. Not what they wanted.
No, indeed not. And we're riding on board with Julian Rodriguez Marino. There you can see him as we ride along board of him as he works himself down this back straightaway. Gap is 1.5 seconds. Again, it's not all lost for Iberia. That could have been a lot worse for them. They've got all of their cars still running, still in a moderately good position. It's a case now of can they get enough points to get themselves P2 and that wildcard position. I think that before this incident, there could have been a chance. Now this incident is passed, I don't think so, Rachel.
No, this is now damage limitation for Iberia. They really aren't going to win this group. As we see now, Copa Lopez is coming into the pits.
Oh, Copa Lopez completely bins it there on the entrance of the pit road, but he will carry on going.
Oh,
wow.
That was spectacular. As he's coming down now, if you can get a replay up, he's coming down far too fast. He tries to tighten around that final corner for what shouldn't be a chicane, let's be honest. Loses the back end, taps the pit wall on the right hand side. That little boing sends him left and round till he backs into the poor commitment cone. The innocent victims of motor racing.
Wait, you know what that was? That was him trying to slow his car down. I don't know if he actually got it slowed down enough. We'll have a look at his pit time. We'll get a confirmation of that in just one moment's time. But we get ourselves another look at that. And there you can see one hit. And Copa Lopez destroying the pit cone there.
That's one way to slow down.
Yeah. Having a look at his pit time, he does actually do an 11-second stop. So he's back out and away. He's now behind Tommy Heika. Also Francisco Esteve and Antti Bacela. So Copa Lopez overall does lose quite a lot on what is actually a short lap as well. So you haven't got the time to really make it back up. Copa Lopez now, again, is all coming undone from Iberia, who 10 minutes into this event could have got the wildcard spot.
Yeah, well, I do think they still will get the wildcard spot, of course. But, you know, Iberia were in a position where they might have actually been strong enough that they could have actually pressed to win the group outright. They were very, very strong. And, in fact, they were actually on the same level, I'd say, as Finland. They've just had some silly, silly incidents. Of course, the incident we saw between Jesus Cecilia and I've forgotten his name now, Jose Rodriguez Marino, was completely a fluke. It was impossible to predict. Copa Lopez, he had lapse in judgment. He made a mistake. The car walloped the pit wall. That's something you don't expect to see. And it's just, that's unfortunate. Maybe a little overconfidence, maybe just some nerves, but these guys, they were realistically on paper could have won the group. In practicality, not.
And Marino,
now, what
by
they're
the way,
doing
second
is enough.
place for him. If he hadn't had that incident, that's 10 seconds immediately gone. Plus the time he lost whilst being out there, he would have been right behind, arguably, Gregor Hutu. Now, he's got Rico Adatalo right behind him. And there you can see how big the gap is, Rachel. It is 0.5 of a second.
It's not enough, and that's completely cost him what he had. But of course, as we look at the timing sheet, they're still up there. There's still every chance that Club Iberia will definitely secure the wild spot. They've got enough drivers in the right places to score points. How the other two splits are doing, we can't say right now. But, you know, this is going to be still an important finish. They're in there, but it's going to be best of the rest. Whereas before, they were definitely fighting with Finland not to be behind them.
So we have got ourselves now just 7.5 minutes here on RaceSpot TV, and actually I believe Ricardo has indeed, yes he has. He's gotten past Marino in that battle for P2. KTO, what's going on in split number 2?
We've got Aleski Aloma comfortably in the lead by 9.92 seconds from Timo Leivenen and Joni Backman. What?
Leivenen.
Then the first Iberian, Jaro Freitas in 4th. 2 more Finns in 5th and 6th, and then 3 more Iberians. So The Iberians have dropped back a bit. They were competing a lot more, in amongst the Finns, but I think, still a very strong showing. 2 Scandinavians, and then Northwest bringing up the rear, unfortunately.
By the way, you're not the only one to have pronunciation lessons. I've been told that it's actually Mourinho for the guy running in third place, Julian Rodriguez. Mourinho. I unfortunately have no idea what the cedillas, etc. mean, but I believe that is about close enough. If I'm not, please comment to me on the YouTube chat, and I will go and flog myself after the course of this event. But here you can see Ricky Alatalo leading the way, and there you can see Gregor Hutu coming past with 6 minutes and 33 seconds to go. Rachel, you could get maximum points here.
They could indeed. I don't think it's possible that Finland couldn't get maximum points. Of course, when Moreno pits, that will be him out of the top group, and it will be once again a Finn-off. Or a finish, shall we say. But no, it's going to be almost a lockout. They're going to have maximum points again. Hutu will have scored the most he possibly can in both rounds, and probably will give a one-word, "Oh yes, that was a very good race," or something along those lines. Sorry,
really
Finland,
need to teach
I don't
you
care.
how to do a Finnish accent.
Yeah, you do. I mean, I did actually have lessons on Finnish pronunciation during the 24 Hours of Spa, which is how I can actually say things like Alatalo, and
was that by Yoni?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yoni taught me how to say some of the names, like Alexi Akola, Riku Alatalo, etc. He taught me the pronunciation, which of course is you emphasize the second syllable rather than the first, which is something we do in English, like Tommy Haka, or whatever.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah?
We've got a major battle just out in the bottom half of the top 10 at the moment, as it happens. Yo Freitas is just 0.2 of a second ahead of Tapani. You're going to give me lessons. That's the fella. And then Euro Peket Lamy he's just half a second behind that, and then 0.8 behind that is Andreas Quintana. So it's a really, really exciting battle from 4th through till 7th.
As we're having a look
There we
between
go.
Tommy Hacker and Abby Copa Lopez as they work themselves down towards the chicane. Will Copa Lopez give them the line? The answer to that question is going to be simply no. As they work themselves down into the chicane, great little scrap going on here, Rachel, with now 4 minutes and 40 seconds left remaining on the play clock now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know what's going to actually happen at this point, because, as we see, Julian Rodriguez Moreno has not pitted yet. He's 24 seconds behind Hutu now after being in second place for most of this race. When's he going to pit? Is he saving fuel? Is he going to try and make it to the end of this race? We just don't know. Most of these cars actually have some sort of bodywork damage. There's more damage in here than there was in the oval race. Rico Alatalo has got some damage. Hutu's got nothing, as usual. Alexi Yusiakola has some minor scratches, I think. But it seems like most people have some sort of damage. Fiala, is that Fiala? Yeah, Fiala has a more significant amount of damage on his left front. It seems that most people have been in the wars here today, usually themselves, more than anything else, but there's a lot of fighting going on here, and it's great to see such close racing on a difficult road course.
I completely concur and agree with that one, Rachel. As 3 minutes and 40 seconds are left scored on the play clocks, riding on board then with Tommy Hacker. This is arguably, Rachel, the best battle we have still remaining inside our top 10.
It is indeed, and it's going to be a fight down to the line, of course. Both these guys have pitted already. This is now for track position. That 34 car of Coba Lopez, we know he could fight. As we see, oh no, Tommy Hacker has had a slowdown penalty.
Oh.
That could well have been it.
We'll get ourselves another look at that one then in just 1 moment's time. Get the replay up and show you exactly what happened to him. But you never want that to happen in the last moments of a race here, Rachel, ever.
No, and it's one of those frustrating moments because you smack yourself across the head when you do it. It's the thing you just don't want to do, but you're pushing so hard it happens. I think I had 2 slowdown penalties in one IndyCar race because I was pushing so hard, I just cut too much, and you really do feel like an idiot when you make that mistake, and you can only blame yourself most of the time.
And there you can see Hacker, unfortunately, having to slow down the time, give himself the time back that he's gained, and that puts him now solidly down outside of this fight. He is now 3.2 seconds behind Abicopa Lopez. He continues to battle though with Francisco Esteve in the battle for P7 on the racetrack. Gregor Hutu leads away. Guess how much by, Rachel?
By about, I'd say 20.184 seconds.
20.583 seconds, but you're close enough.
Well, iRacing doesn't update as often as your little overlay.
I know it doesn't, but you can see Hutu once again dominating. In fact, there you can see Ricardo Tala get to himself, and Alexi Yakola is 1.9 seconds. From Yakola back to Samuel De La Fuente is 1.7 seconds. And then from De La Fuente to Julian Rodriguez Moreno is about 2.5 seconds as it stands on the racetrack right now. So there are your top 5. And things have all but calmed down as it stands right now.
Not here, they haven't.
Give us an update, Katia.
These 4 are just going at it hammer and tongs. You saw the race in the at the end of the oval race, and this is as exciting. The 2 Finns just can't get their way past the Freitas in the Iberian, but they've got the mirrors absolutely chock-a-block full of Quintana's car, and this has been going on for about 6 or 7 laps, and I'm just waiting for something to explode. We must be getting close to the white flag as well, so something could blow up big time here in the next few minutes or so.
And as we see, we have now got ourselves on the play clock, just 1 minute left to go. There is Hutu, by the way, just crossing the start-finish line. So we will have... no, this is going to be the white flag lap, Rachel.
It will indeed, and this is pretty much going to be a told story. Gregor Hutu's got a 20-second lead. He has to screw it up himself to give this one away. We have 1 or 2 battles running throughout this field at the moment, especially between Francisco Estevere and Enrico Lopez, who are pretty close on track, teammates of course. We also have Antti Fiala and Francisco running again, pretty close, could be something, probably won't. Otherwise, everyone's too far apart to really have an impact. What does it mean, Will? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 Finns in the top 10.
Wow.
No, sorry, 5 Finns in the top 10. I'm miscounting because there's only 5 lamented. That would be impressive even by their standards.
Well, we have
5
got the
Finns in
white
top
flag
10.
out, so we have confirmation then that this is going to be the last lap of the race. And there you can see Gregor Hutu coming down in towards the chicane for the final time to complete what has been an incredible journey for Club Finland in today's event. Working himself behind a tree that doesn't want to get out of the way. There we see him finally getting out of the way as they work themselves now down in the chicane for the final time. Up the chicane. We will come back to you in just 1 moment, Katie, because the checkered flag is out. Gregor Hutu scores victory here in split number 1 by 21.6 seconds over Ricky Talo. Over to you, Katia.
And we've got them going 2 by 2 down the main straight up to the chicane. These 4 cars been going at it hammer and tongs. One of the Finns finally got past Freitas, but Freitas has fought back. Going into the chicane, both the Iberians have gone wide, run off. So the 2 Finns have come through. Freitas has dropped back down to 7th. So it's going as we cross the line. It's the 2 Finns have finished in 4th and 5th, I believe. Yep, so it's a top 5 for Finland, and then Iberia are bringing up the next 4. Aleski Lama wins from Backman, Ivanen, Lamy, and Lila Lutu, and then Freitas, Quintana, Oya, and Via are the 4 Iberians with a Scandinavian rounding out the top 10, Gustafsson.
Well,
and that was exciting.
I can only but imagine. Here it is Gregor Hutu who takes victory from Adatalo, from Yakola, from De Funte, Moreno, and then Bajala, Esteve, Lopez, Haka, and Johansson. They are your top 10. Last of the drivers just coming past the start-finish line right about now. Rachel, finish domination. Can we coin that phrase? Trademark it, makes lots of money out of it.
Could we just say the finishing line?
No, because that would be too obvious.
A finishing move?
No. Finish domination, please.
Finish him! No! Yeah, finish domination, why not? Oh, shush. Yeah, the Finns once again proving they can basically go fast in anything possibly imagined that can move. They are, quite possibly, Sir Isaac Newton's worst enemy.
Well, it is. They can see the results up on your screen. Who takes victory by 21.5 seconds from Ruku Adatalo. Alexi Uciacolo in third. Samuel De La Fuente in fourth. Julio Rodriguez Mourinho in fifth. Ali Pajala, Anti Pajala in sixth place. Francisco Esteve in seventh. Abicoba Lopez in eighth. Tommy Hadka in ninth. And then Marcus Johansson rounding out your top 10. Then Jesus Cecilia, Evangelos Votores, Carl Frederick Hunsung, Danny Hansberg, Jimbo Pfeiffer, Matthew Rogers, Kevin Brown, Jim Pankin, John Brown, and Gunnar Hansen running out your top 20. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've got the cost, we're going to step aside for just one moment. We'll be back with continuing coverage from the World Cup of iRacing next here on RaceSpot TV. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage here on RaceSpot TV from the Group C tournament stage of the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. Club Finland have taken this one in emphatic fashion. However, for Club Iberia, after a dodgy start on the ovals, they did a good job on the road courses and now have to play Katia the waiting game to see whether or not they can get themselves that famous wildcard spot.
Absolutely. I'm just doing some quick calculations, and I make from the first two splits, I don't have the third split result, that they made 388 points from those first two races.
How close is that?
I make it about 2 points, I think. I'm literally doing the maths as I'm talking to you.
Well, what we'll do in the meanwhile, we'll have a chat with team principal for Club Finland. That is Mr. Joni Backram. Joni, congratulations, you're into the 2014 World Cup of iRacing Finals.
Thank you! Somebody sounds happy.
Yeah, I am. P1 to P3 in split 1, first 5 positions in split 2, and I don't know about the third split, but yeah, I'm happy. It's rare to say that I'm happy, but now I'm happy.
My god, a Finn showing an emotion other than mild indifference. I'm quite impressed.
So then, Joni, you were dominant on the road course, you were dominant on the oval. Is this a statement, or is this just you going through the motions, preparing for this time next week?
I would say statement, because it's. I didn't expect I expected Iberia to be as strong as they were in qualifying, but I did not expect us to get P1 to P3 in split 1, considering how strong the Iberia is on the road side. So definitely a statement.
It definitely says something about Finland's drivers and their metronomic style in road racing. They seem to just hit mark after mark after mark and run the laps. Whereas Iberia perhaps got a little closer to people than they wanted to, a little passionate, a little, at times, too excited, and it cost them. Whereas you guys just seem to have this robotic precision that really made the difference. You just didn't make mistakes this race.
Yeah, but I don't think you were watching Split 2 because we almost wrecked out from P2 and P3 on the last straight. Me and Tim were too wide going through past lap traffic, and we actually made contact in the middle of the straight, and both of our cars were pretty much totaled, but luckily there was only one chicane remaining. But yeah, outside of that, it was pretty precise work from everyone from the team.
What do you take?
I do think, however, you have to give... Will. No, I was talking first. I do think, however, you have to give Antti Pahala, or Bakala, sorry, however you pronounce his name.
Pihlaya.
No, yeah, because Rachel can't say the name and she can't move back, what I'll do is I'll ask the question I want to ask. Yoni, you talk about the contact there with yourself and Timo. And we talked earlier on about, Club Finland drivers keeping themselves together as a cohesive unit. Is there anything you can learn from the events here today that you can take through to next week when really you have your eye on one prize, not getting yourself into the next stage, but actually getting yourself that World Cup crown for the second year out of 3?
Yeah, we can take a lot from this. We actually learned a few things during the second split on the roadside, and we learned plenty of stuff on the ovals as well. And pace-wise, I'm not sure how far one can actually push that setup or the pace, brute pace, on either side. But overall, I mean, the fastest of the fast from each club did pretty precise work, and their qualifying times and race paces were pretty much as close as it can possibly be, at least when it comes to single lap. But yeah, we still learned a lot, and let's just say that it seems that for the last 2 years, with the concept that Mike and rest of the crew has done, it seems like every time someone picks a final combo, they lose their final combo. So we tend to keep that tradition up this year.
Well, of course, Diach is the team even who came up with that final combo. We'll talk about that in just a moment's time. Because, of course, we have got the World Cup of iRacing finals here on RaceSpot TV in just 1 week's time. Very quickly, 818 points, Katie. You say it's the final total for Club Iberia. Is it enough?
It is enough. It's very much a quick provisional thrown together, hope Cat added it up correctly amount. But that's 3 more than what Australia managed.
Oh! So we must preface this by saying it is unofficial. It is going to be incredibly close. I'll ask you the question now, Yoni. As the club manager, did you have certain clubs who would rather be racing against compared to others in the final?
Yep.
I presume
I
that
would
Iberia
love
is
to
not
have
that one?
raced. Yeah, Iberia is one of the strongest on the roadside, and well, it's not like we're afraid of Iberia, but having DH, Finland, Iberia together on the finals. I mean, if you look at the, I mean, in all fairness, if you looked at the split, the top split, for example, you have Iberia and Club Finland top guys pretty close stacked to each other. Now throw in the top 5 of DH, and it's even tighter. So we hoped that it would have been Australia because, like, in all honesty, not to take anything away from Australian drivers. I mean, they have tons of fast drivers, but looking at the lineup, I think Australia would have been far easier opponent for us in the finals than Iberia is. And personally, I actually count Iberia to be the strongest threat on the roadside, not DH.
Well, we will have another chat with you in just a couple of moments' time, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is Joni Backman, the team principal for the World Cup side of Club Finland. We've got a couple of people to talk about before we head off air. We start with the driver who came third in the road race. That is Alexi Yakola. Alexi, pretty good?
What?
Oh, he's back. He said he
Well,
went for a smoke
it
while
was
ago.
a pretty good actually. I have been driving today like 6 hours, so my hands are just. I just should probably cut them off.
Well, you got yourself third place here in the road course race. Had a pretty good showing earlier on the oval side as well, representing your club. And of course, the satisfaction of you being through is one thing, but you've also had the opportunity to size up your opposition. How do you think you feel heading into the finals in 1 week's time?
Well, I think the oval side is gonna be pretty good to me because I felt the car pretty good actually, and but this road side is gonna need much more practice. I haven't done much practice with this car, and hard to say, is it a car or is it a trampoline? It just goes like there's nothing to do with driving the car. It just jumps everywhere. It's just you just close your eyes and hope you'll be still on the track.
Well, again, you got yourself a good position here today. How tough was that competition from the Club Iberia team in the road race?
Well, actually, it was a really tough race because in qualifying we were really slow, as you saw, and actually I was starting like a 9th position or something, and there was a crash in the first corner in front of me, so there was one Finnish guy off, and I think the another one was a Iberian guy, so really shame for them. But after that were struggling a lot on the first stint because those Iberian guys were really fast, and there was like 3 or 4 of them behind me, and I was just thinking, oh my god, what I'm gonna do? I'm so alone here, but I just managed to keep the car on the road, and I think one of them went to the pits and another guy went somewhere, but after the pits it was pretty intense racing with I think it was some Jose, who it was, Sanchez or something, and we had a really yeah just that guy. We had a really nice fight there, and luckily Riku got through also, so pretty good race actually after all these happenings.
We've also got Riku and Vito Torpaki here. And Riku, pretty good race for you here today. Second place on the roadside, heading into the finals in 1 week's time after you saw your good friend Alexei Aloma running in the Pro Series of road racing earlier on. Been a pretty busy day for Club Finland.
Yeah, actually I was supposed to race the pro race as well, but I was a bit late for that. I had something else going on during the day. But as for the race, it went a lot better than I anticipated looking at the grid, because we knew Iberia was fast on roadside, but the qualifying was just really surprising. I was lucky to even grab 4th. I actually got a PB on my qualifying lap, so that's nice. But yeah, then it was me in 4th, Gregory in 1st, and as I was pitting, I don't know if you got on the stream, but I got hit by a backmarker. Not his fault though, he couldn't know I was gonna pit, but I took the risk and I hit him basically. But yeah, that kinda I thought that the race was over at that point. I thought I would be doing terrible, but luckily the car was okay, and I don't know what happened to Club Ibera. I guess they had some incidents because they started coming at me from the front as soon as after their pit stop. So not sure what happened there, but yeah, 1, 2, 3 on road on the first split, and 5 lockout on the second split, and I don't know what happened to third split actually, but yeah, looking really good for us. We just need to find more pace on the road, because at the moment it's not that good actually. Only Gregory is going fast.
Well, before we let you go, we'll let Joni say a word in Finnish. Joni, off you go.
Kiitokset treenipelleille ja trellet.netille, että saitte suomalaista ja ovaalia. Tulokset näkyy tässä. Thanks.
And it's Club Finland who dominated here today in the both the road race and the over race, Katia. But you've got a couple of thoughts here as well.
Yeah, I mean, what we're forgetting is we've still got one more group to go, and it's the Americans. We've said it before. You know, we're not sure on their road strength. But if someone like, you know, Florida or Texas can put on a really good, you know, put out a fullish team, they can pull a surprise still. You know, if those two run away with it and the rest of the Americans don't bring in many teams, they're suddenly going to be taking a lot of points.
Well,
And
of
that
course,
could be enough.
Florida have Afana, for example. They have got some very good drivers. And the same with Texas. And we've got to say as well, all of the people to make it to this stage have got good drivers. And of course, it's very easy for us as broadcasters to focus on the big names. But at the same time, we have depth in numbers, I think, is the thing. As much as, you know, top names drivers, they are the people who we need to focus on. Those depth in numbers through split 1, split 2, split 3. They are the ones who will make the difference this weekend and also next.
Oh, absolutely. And it's those numbers that are, you know, it's going to make it interesting, because if some of these clubs in this last grid don't bring full numbers to the grid, it makes it a lot easier for those that do to actually, one of them's going to win it, obviously, so one of them's going to be in the final. But if the other can put in a good performance, there's every chance, because they're not competing against Iberia or Brazil directly. They're only competing against the rest in their group. So they can you know, there's every chance of them doing it.
Oh, yeah, I will completely confer with that one. Of course, we've had two arguably groups of deaths here recently, with Club Brazil involved in that battle with Club UK and Ireland earlier on. 3 groups of deaths, actually, with Club Diat and Club Australia, and now with Club Finland, Club Iberia, and arguably on the on the oval side, at least, Club Northwest. And that's that thing. It's that the 4th club is a lot more of an unknown, and you get one of those clubs or even 2 of those clubs into the finals, we're turning this entire thing on its head, Katie.
Not so much turning on his head, I don't think. You know, if
45 degrees sideways,
maybe. But I mean, DH, Finland, UK, and I, you'd expect those to. You know, if the 5th group was Florida or Texas, and depending which way it went, you, with no disrespect to those clubs, would still expect the main battle to be between DH, Finland, and UK and I.
Yes, but again, I think it will be the thing of, and actually I'll bring Yoni back in on this one very quickly. In the event that, you know, you have an oval side which is going to be a lot more difficult to win, does the plan then become focus on getting the roadside done, and how much effort do you then put on trying to get those supplementary points as far as the oval side goes, if you feel that the challenge is too strong? Do you focus on one, the other, both?
Could I just say it's the oval first?
There's one mistake. We don't think the challenge is too strong. Therefore, we focus on repeating the same strategy than we did today. No extra pressure, everyone does its work, job done.
Well, Finland seeming to be incredibly focused moving on to the finals in 1 week's time. We have got Kevin Bourne, who would like to have a quick chat with as well. And Kevin has been representing Club Northwest throughout this event. And Kevin, it started out so well.
Thanks. Well, first I want to congratulate Finland, Iberia, and Scandinavia. Those clubs were all really fast today, and we knew it was going to be a tough ask for us. We're a little stronger on the oval side than we are on the road side, and our oval boys did pretty well. They did a lot better than we were expecting and hoping for, and a great run. And so we got into the road split, and we kind of stunk up the joint, especially in qualifying. We were all off our pace really far, not really sure what happened there. And then we all just kind of decided, since we were nicely in the tail, we just kind of group up and see what we could run. It, you know, ups and downs. There was a really exciting moment in turn 2 on the first lap with the wreck, and I nearly clocked, I think it was an Iberian car in front of me, and I think one of the other Northwest guys got caught up in that. But a lot of fun today.
Well, we don't have official results yet, but it does look as though that Northwest is out of the competition. How disappointing is that after such a strong showing in the early going here?
Well, again, we knew it was going to be a really tough challenge for us. Finland is just so deep. They can pick 15 drivers in any race, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were going to take the top 15. And both Scandinavia and Iberia have, so many great drivers at the top that, again, it was going to be tough. We don't even have a single pro driver. I think we've only ever had 2 guys even contemplate going pro. So that talent gap is a little different, and we were just mostly trying to rely on numbers. So we had a lot of great runs in qualifying. And then today just didn't quite go as well.
And I'm going to bring Katie and Scott back into this conversation, because what Northwest showed on the oval side is that clubs can specialise. You've got to put the two together in order to get a full and cohesive unit to get yourself into the finals. Is that something that you've paid attention to before? And of course, you can't put one weighting on one weighting on the other. But is it that sort of thing that you've noticed drivers and teams noticing that they're strong already in one discipline, and then focus more heavily on the other as the World Cup has progressed over the last couple of years?
I think to a degree that's true. You often see, again, we mentioned it in the commentary, that the Americans, their roadside tends to be weaker, but a lot of the Europeans have got a fair depth in oval as well. So that's probably why in this competition, the Europeans tend to do a bit better. But clubs like Northwest, I just want to say, Kevin, brilliant job. I was rooting for you, and I think you showed what can be done. And if we can get some more of the American teams to, put the numbers out, they can upset the apple cart quite easily. But we are listening to it, and whilst I'm not going to go into details today because I want to save it for the finals, I don't want to lose concentration on the finals, the idea that we have got is we're going to have a supplementary road cup and a supplementary oval cup alongside the main competition.
Is it going to be 24 hours of Oxford Plains in the Sprint Cup car?
I'm not going to tell you.
That's definitely, that's not a no right there.
Well, we haven't decided the oval at all yet. We do know what we're doing on the road, but the oval is very much at the planning stage, because we want to do something interesting and unique, but something that we can hit in one weekend. These 2 extra events are going to be hit in one weekend, and then the main event will be a bit longer. And we want to see who can bring the balance of both sides, which is what this competition's always been about.
Now, we are still awaiting final confirmation of the results, but Kevin, before we let you go, any words to your club, your teammates?
Well, I'm just proud of everybody representing. It's a lot of the events are a little tough for us. We're West Coast USA, and sometimes the regular races are at awkward times for us. And so it can be a little difficult to get out the vote, as it were. But you know what? As you said, we tried to get numbers out there and see if we couldn't upset the apple cart a little bit. And boy, we sure gave it a heck of a shot. We came short, but a lot of fun.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin Bourne, for having a chat with us, ladies and gentlemen. We will step aside for just one moment. We'll try and get some points. We'll come back with conclusions here from Road Atlanta. Stick with us. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continued coverage here on RaceSpot TV of the Group C stage of the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. 5 clubs have done battle. They were Club Finland, Club Iberia, Club Northwest, Club Scandinavia and the West Racing Club. We know that Finland are through, however, we are not sure whether Iberia have enough to get themselves through to the next stage, which is the World Cup Finals, which will be next week here on RaceSpot TV. What we do know, however, Rachel, is that we have some clubs out. They are West and Scandinavia, definitely out. Northwest, they unfortunately are out as well.
Yep, I think that's true. And unfortunately, really, they scored only 69 points in the oval side and had next to no showing in the road. So, really unfortunate there for them. In fact, it wasn't exactly unusual. Certain groups had a really poor showing. Of course, New York in Group B had 61 points only in the road. The Americans, whilst they have occasional really fast road drivers, tend to, as a country, suffer on that side. Group C standings is a little bit weird because everybody else goes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Group C, for some reason, goes 3, 2, 1, 4, 5. So, looking at those oval stats, Finland are obviously dominating, but Northwest in a strong second place. Actually, Northwest have over nearly 70 whole points more than Iberia, but then obviously the road race was completely different. Will Iberia have scored enough? I think they probably have.
It's
close, a fair shot. It's close, but it's a fair shot to say they're through.
And I'll bring
this
Katie
final
Scott.
will be interesting.
I'll bring Katie Scott back into this as well. Is that these results are, of course, provisional. Protests can well come into play.
Oh, absolutely. Can't say we haven't had any yet, but all the group protests are, all the groups are open to protests. To be fair, I don't think we've seen anything that's even remotely going to be close to disqualification, and that means that the gaps in some of the groups, where it could have an effect is really just the second place positions. If someone protested Iberia doing something and it was successful, that could be the difference between them and Australia getting in. So that's really where the differences are likely to come in. In the overall winner, I can't see it making any difference at all.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, coming up at 11 PM GMT, the Global Sim Racing channel will be live with the Group D tournament stage as they conclude this day's worth of events. They have the Texas Club, Club Florida, Club Virginia, Club Carolina and Club California as they again do battle at Kentucky Motor Speedway and also at Road Atlanta. And of all the groups that are interesting and all the groups that are unknown, Katia, you have no idea how any of these teams will perform on the road course.
That's the big thing, and that's sort of the point I was making earlier. If 2 clubs can put 12 drives out, 4 in each split, and the rest just don't turn up, as we've seen with clubs like New York, they could very, very, very easily score enough points to usurp Iberia.
Or Australia, New Zealand. We have to still say that at this point in time. You know what this is, Rachel? This is that moment before a general election is won that we have to still say about it in an impartial voice as if both parties are still involved.
Yeah, but we all really know this one story, and it's pretty much going to go one way. Australia are the Liberal Democrats of the iRacing World Cup. They get so close, but they typically fall through the cracks. Not their own fault, but just to be honest, they are really, really good. They're amazing. But there's so many amazing teams in this World Cup, it's hard to really whittle it down. And this is the perhaps hardest and most brutal way of doing it. It's just unfortunate, but they, at the end of the day, are sitting usually 6th in the world, which is incredible.
It is. And that's the thing, Katia, that Club Australia, New Zealand, this is the 3rd time in a row they have come so close. You always want to run over there and give them a hug right now because it's just so... And I remember when I first joined iRacing, it was the Club UK&I scandal, as I'm going to call it. Rachel won't be aware of it. You are aware of it. Yes. And I just feel that Australia and New Zealand have become the new Club UK&I scandal without the scandal, but with still the heartbreak.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the scandal you referred to, I think, is the way that the iRacing World Cup originally was run was that the finals were done on the back of points gained from official iRacing events. It was very complicated, and there was a factor to try and make it equal for everyone that came into play. Only we could see mathematically our factor was out, and we missed out. And we didn't miss out by a lot either, did we, Will? It was really quite close that we almost got into the final. But everyone knew that we should have been in the final, because the year before we'd almost taken the title from Diach. So it was like, that was the scandal that you're referring to. And yeah, Australia and New Zealand, last year they were a bit out of it, but I think they've taken advantage of this new format to really give themselves a chance, and they've come so close. And I hope they take the fact they've come so close and say, right, next year we're damn well going to do it. The same as Northwest, you know, hope they take the same kind of thing. Say, right, we're going to just do everything we can to try and get in that final next year, because we could do it. We almost did it this year.
And one of the proudest clubs as well, we haven't yet talked about. By the way, is someone playing Rummy or something right now? Nope. It's Yoni. We're just going to move Yoni just away for one moment. There we are. But one of the proudest clubs in iRacing as well, Club Brazil, Katia, haven't qualified for the finals. That is, I think, the shock of the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I was watching, I think it was the second split, and I think they'd either got 4 or 3 drivers in the roadside, and it was like, what's happening here? And I sort of looked at got the lineup of how many Brazilians there were in the third split from, you know, via Mumble, because of course UK and I were in that group, and it was like, where are they? You know, we expected 15 cars, and then you've got Northwest who brought 15 cars without apparent problem. And yeah, I just don't know what happened with them.
Well, that actually ties into my next question for you. You've done the World Cup of iRacing in the last 2 years, yourself, Mike and John, in such a way that it rewards overall participation, not just the fastest drivers on iRacing from your given club. Do you think that's the issue, that people like Brazil, like maybe Australia and New Zealand, have suffered? I was going to say the word is this year.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just this. I'm going to use a weird analogy now, but it's a bit. Sometimes feels like it's talking to students at university. You might understand this.
I do actually, yeah.
They are incredibly hard to communicate with. You could send them emails, you could put posters up, you could shout from the top of all the buildings, and nearly all of them still don't get the message. And I think sometimes some of the clubs just for some reason, I just don't know what the trick is. In the same way as I don't know what the trick is for the students, to try and get them to say, actually, we've got this club, let's be proud of it, let's do it. I think Australia have got there, they just need to have a little bit of luck now. But there's other clubs in here, look at the thing, you know, where's the pride? And that's what's brought clubs like Finland and UK and I together, I think, that we're very proud nations, and we use that pride, and then we've got a leader who keeps that going, and that's what's got them going. But I just don't get why some clubs don't do it. I think there's language barriers with some though. Italy, we know they're passionate about motorsport, but I know from experience that they're not taught English. I realised this the other day. That they're not taught English in any way the same as France or Germany, or even places like Finland and Holland. So they're not good. They're probably a very good group in themselves, but because they don't speak English, they don't start picking up on these things that's happening outside.
I have a serious question for you. Are we going to get any results in the next 5 minutes?
My serious answer is I haven't got a clue, because I'm not actually talking to Mike, I'm talking to you.
Well, that's not useful at all, is it?
Let me see if he's on Facebook.
Well, what we'll do, ladies and gentlemen, we'll step aside for just one more moment. We'll be back with conclusions, maybe some results, before we hand it over to the Global Sim Racing channel in 1 hour and 10 minutes time for the final Group D stage of the World Cup of iRacing. We will be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RaceSpot TV as we try to get some results before we hand it over to the Global Sim Race channel for their part of the 2014 World Cup of iRacing tournament stage. Will Vincent still here along with Katie Scott and Rachel Whiteford here on RaceSpot TV. Rachel, overall, it has been an incredible day here today.
Yeah, we've certainly had some excitement. It's been live action the whole way through. We've had some big upsets. We've had some, shall we say, expected results. The current format's always take a while to come into effect, and now we actually don't have points. So I was excited, but I'm wrong.
I'm working on it.
I mean, of course, look at Group A. Germany won, DH won. What a surprise! That was almost expected. Australia second, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Sorry, Australia. Club Asia, usual turnout. Group B, UK and I, Brazil, well, we beat them by 200 points-ish. Not bad, if I do say so myself. Go UK and I. Italia really didn't turn up. Quite surprised. France didn't turn up. Incredibly surprised. I mean, 23 points total, France. What were you doing?
Pardon?
I mean, what were you doing? 23 points? Really? I could have gotten 23 points by just showing up. On my own, to add. Group C, Finland, Iberia. That was the big one. That was the battle. We also had Scandinavia, a massive battle. It was, amazing so far, and now we're looking at basically the American round, which is going to be incredibly tight, especially on the oval. It's going to be amazing. But here we go.
Very quickly, if you haven't yet watched qualifying for the Grand Prix, it's a bit like what you've seen in the World Cup. However, before we hand it over to the Global Sim Racing channel in a little bit, what we are going to do, because we are trying to find a way of filling time, we're going to play this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, before we hand it over to Global Sim Racing channel, Rachel, it seemed moderately ironic that we reference a tournament basically made up with 5 American clubs, broadcast by an American broadcasting organisation, and let's be honest, I've just Google translated what Yoni wanted me to say, and I don't think I'm allowed to do so.
Even though it's past the watershed, there are certain things we're not allowed to say. Thank you, Finland. Thank you, Yoni. But go away.
Yes.
Hopefully Katie will be getting us what he requested in a slightly more polite manner. Of course, one of the benefits of people with weird foreign languages is they can say rude things without us knowing. But, of course, that went out on air, so Yoni, slap on the wrist, naughty boy.
Yes. We say we won't go off air until we finally have ourselves a confirmation of how things are for the World Cup of iRacing. Well, Vincent's still along here with Rachel Whiteford. And Rachel, let's be honest, we had no idea after the oval race what was going to happen. We threw Iberia out of it. Now, we sat here, waiting for Iberia to maybe get the wildcard spot. If they don't get it, it's all going to be because of the fact that they didn't try, I don't say didn't try hard enough on the ovals, didn't get the job done on the ovals.
I mean, I have been part of the UK and I's oval team, or oval and road team discussions for the past build-up to this tournament, and you know what? Teams we've actually worried about in the roadside have always been DH, Iberia, and Finland. Iberia are strong when it comes to road racing. Oval racing, not so much. They're alright, but they're not. It's not their speciality. There are European teams that really can get it done on both sides. DH, Finland, UK and I. But Iberia have never been particularly good at it. I was going to make a very insensitive joke, but I will avoid that. No, they obviously have a strength, and we saw a poor showing, but a really passionate try on the ovals. They really worked hard. They honestly did. They put maximum effort in. But of course, Finland destroyed everybody as per usual, and we're at a point where we're looking for who will actually take that wild card. I think Iberia, on balance, their road performance alone, will take it. They can. They have the strength there to balance it. They can make up for any oval deficiencies. And that's what this is about. It's not about who can be the strongest in road and oval. It's about who can balance the two, who can do the best overall. Iberia could well be the wild card we need, not necessarily the one we deserve.
I can completely confer with that one, actually. I think that...
Was that a Batman quote? It was.
It really was a Batman quote. It really was a Batman quote that we had there. To an extent, but you know what? I will let you off because you've done a sterling job, Rachel White. Thank you very much for being a part of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the results that we're about to show you are completely unofficial. And because I didn't hit that button, there you are. There are your Group C unofficial, provisional. Do I need to say anything else? Results, Rachel. 1,106 points then for Club Finland as it stands right now. That puts them ahead of DH, ahead of Club UK and Ireland. They are the #1 seed into an event that we're going to go in with no seedings at all.
Yep, and I think with 820 points, Iberia has balanced itself out. The force has been in favour of them this week, and they're going to sneak in at this stage. Of course, we still have Group D to go on that wildcard spot. Will somebody in Group D upset this? Will the Americans basically dominate the oval and tank the road by turning right when they should go left or left when they should go right? We can only wait to find out. But I'm sure it's going to be exciting to see, and I certainly will be tuning in to watch those broadcasts in the morning. This will be tight, and I think this final is going to be one of the best yet. We have some of our strongest teams from Finland, DH, Iberia currently, UK and I, Texas and Florida are amazing. Yeah. This is going to be an awesome, awesome race. And yeah, it will be incredible. We're going to have one of the best finishes yet. I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see what happens because it's going to be some of the best racing we see. And I love seeing this because we have all these personalities from different nations. We have the different attitudes, different abilities. We have a coming together of clubs. And, you know, there isn't a club as fractured as the UK and I club on iRacing. We are at each other's throats daily and hourly, killing each other, abusing each other, hating each other. We will fight. When someone puts pressure on us, we bite back. And my God, the UK and I club has come together during this World Cup, and we have put together a unified front. Enemies have put differences aside. One person I hate.
How dare you?
One person I hate and who hates me equally put his differences aside, and we worked together during the oval race, and it was incredible. And this is one thing that unifies people and unifies clubs, and I hope more World Cup events and more inter-club events happen, because this is changing how the club structure works in iRacing and giving it a purpose again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we managed to get ourselves 3.5 hours into the broadcast before I had to say, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise there for the foul language used by one of the people here
I'm drinking.
on RaceSpot
Sorry.
TV. However, we are past the watershed, so shh. We have unofficial results then, as it stands. We are waiting for the final official results to come through. They have just come through on our screen, so what we're going to do is we're going to hit this button, then we're going to try and hit this button. This is how it stands right now. I'm just confirming the point, and actually Finland, it does look as though it's still in Iberia's favour, but just a little bit out by a couple of points in either direction, as it seems to be for me right now. Northwest have lost a couple of points as the final results have come out, but Rachel, as it stands, it is Iberia who has stolen that second place away then from the wildcard place, even away from Australia, New Zealand.
Well, you know what? Katie has spurred a moment, random adding up after the session finished, proved to be more accurate than the official results we waited so long for. So why you bothered with that, I don't know. But, yeah, Iberia 818, exactly what Katie has said after the race. Amazing prediction there. Can I have Let's Use lottery numbers, please? Yeah, no, Iberia currently holding the wild card spot. Will Florida or Texas upset that? We just don't know, and that's amazing. But the only thing we do know is currently France stuck with the 23 points.
Well, I'm sure we still got Yoni Backman here as I try to find lots of ways of filling time before we get the final results up on your screen.
No, he's gone.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not even going to ask you to do a Finnish accent. Katia, Group C, it was never going to be the group of death. It was always going to be the confusing group, however, because you had Finland, who were the outright favourites, Iberia, Northwest Scandinavia. We had three clubs who, on paper, should have been very close.
Yeah, this was one of the groups where, when you actually look at it with a little bit of hindsight, you'd expect, all of them to bring out a lot of drivers. Northwest filled their card in the qualifying, so you'd expect them to be able to bring out 15. Scandinavia, you'd expect to bring out 15. Finland, obviously. So you're always going to have busy fields. When you get busy fields, you get incidents. When you get incidents, you get unpredictability.
Well, and protests, maybe.
Nah, I don't think we'll go there.
Wow, no protest? I am clearly trying to find ways to fill time right now, aren't I?
No.
And that's that point that no one talks to me just because they want to just make my life a little bit harder. Rachel, before we kind of get the final results up on your screens and we go off air, you can drink some more wine. I can go to bed because I'm not
I finished the bottle, Will.
An entire bottle?
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please,
you didn't share
do,
Of course not.
please, well, no, she did share it, the carbonara.
Yeah, I put some in the food.
Oh, yeah. Rachel, before we go off there, it has been a great event here today. And, of course, in 1 week's time, so long as Mike and Mr. King and Katie haven't got completely scared of us, we'll be back next week for the finals. And we'll do it all over again.
We will indeed. RaceSpot, of course, here bringing you the Group C events from today. And what a group it's been. It's been amazing. We've loved it. It's been always a pleasure to actually cover events like this because this is something for the community, by the community, and it's only right that it should be broadcast by the community. And the 4 different broadcasters today have been amazing, or 3. I'm kind of being clairvoyant and saying the 4th will be, but yeah, I've enjoyed this. It's been amazing to watch. It's been amazing to take part in and be a part of. Let's just hope next week will be as big as we think it's going to be because DH, UK and Ireland, Finland, potentially Iberia, and one of the American teams is going to be a clash of the Titans. Bring it on.
And we'd like to say, of course, commiserations to Club Australia New Zealand, who lose out, Katia, about the furlong before the last furlong.
Yeah. Hopefully they'll do it next year. Good luck to them next year. Be nice to have, a full global set of T clubs in the final next year. So, representation from America, Australia, New Zealand, or Asia, and Europe. Get the whole world involved.
Well, they are, ladies and
I fear there's an
gentlemen.
emotional song involved here, some sort of inspirational moment, or not.
Well, you know what? Next week, ladies and gentlemen, what is going to happen is we are going to go, first of all, to Kentucky Speedway. In the trucks! On RaceSpot TV!
NASCAR Nationwide Camping Sprint
Club
Infinity Series.
UK and Ireland! DH! Finland! 2 others! At a time yet to be determined! Watch it! Watch it! Watch it!
I think Will just got so excited he might have just broken.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, we'll head over, of course, to Road Atlanta in the Roof C-Spec for more action as well on the road course. There are the 3 groups, unconfirmed standings for each so far at 11 p.m. GMT. That is in 51 minutes time. Our friends over at the Global Sim Racing channel will be bringing you coverage of the 4th and final event. So that is how things then round out for Group C. Finland dominate from Iberia. Iberia get themselves the wildcard spot, with Northwest slumping back into 3rd, Scandinavia and West rounding out your top 5. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our coverage here on RaceSpot TV of the Group C tournament for the 2014 World Cup of iRacing. Thank you very much to everyone who's been a part of our coverage. Thank you very much to Kadia Scott for giving us updates on what's been going on in the wonderful world of the World Cup. Also to my co-commentator, Rachel Whiteford, as well. Myself, Will Vincent, this has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the Group C tournament for the World Cup of iRacing. We'll be back next week, first with the second round of the Pro Series of road racing from Circuit de Villeneuve, and then with the World Cup Finals. We'll see you in a week. Bye-bye.